Hey! Well, welcome everybody to the High Chew Autumn Anarchy featuring Fortnite. I'm your host, Life with Panda. Joining me today is none other than the incredible, talented Resub, my guy.
My what intro?
Together.
I wasn't expecting such a nice intro. Most people are just like, it's Resub. He's kind of with me. So I'm glad you said some nice things. It's good to be back with you, my man.
It is, man. But I gotta say it, man. This High Chew candy, just addicting. I can't stop eating it.
It's kind of dangerous. Like I was gonna say, right? Look at this lid. See this lid, right? See how mashed this is from what we got.
What'd you do?
It was not me. Border security. Clearly they wanted some. They ended up like tearing into it to make sure there wasn't anything bad in it. But no, we just have, I think what's 5. I don't know how many kilos that is. What, 5 kilos or something of sweets? It's incredible. I've eaten a bit too many of them.
Well, hey, listen, for all at home that want some High Chew candy, go get it. It's some of the best candy I've had in a long time. So make sure to go get yourself some, because if it's not you, airport security as they try to ship it to Reese. But let's break it all down, because this is a Fortnite event, and we got to talk about the format a little bit. Maybe wondering, the standard BR? Not exactly. Actually, zero build duos, Reese.
Of course, I'm quite excited to get into some zero build. I've taken a bit of a break from analyzing, from jumping into it. So for me, like trying to see a bit of fresh zero build, see what the players are, see what the strats are this season. Like I'm always excited to get into something a little bit. What's different for me, you know?
I couldn't agree more. I think it's, you know, it's funny. We love obviously breaking down that standard BR mode and really analyzing that high level gameplay. But zero build brings such like chaotic excitement. It's always so enjoyable to watch. But what also is enjoyable to compete for is a bag, and there is a huge prize pool on the line here for all these players competing. Now, first place has the opportunity to walk away with $3,000 split amongst their team. Second place is $2,000, third for $1,400, and it dwindles down all the way to 8th place. Now, the real prize here, in my opinion, Reese, top 3 receive that High Chew bucket that we got, and man, is this thing loaded.
They also, of course, get an invite to the Code Red as well, which is going to be on next week. This prizing is for tomorrow, so that's the finals. So we're in qualifiers right now, so we're actually going to be looking at as top 50 today will qualify through to get this kind of prizing tomorrow, which is super, super exciting. But again, as you mentioned, our sponsor today, Haichu, I mean, let's be real. That's what the real prize is, $3,000. How much Haichu can that get you? I don't know. I was going to say maybe less in this bucket, but no, you could get a lot for these buckets for that.
Hey, listen, I'm excited, right? Like, again, obviously, Boom TV, AVGL doing great things for the community, for the collegiate space. And these Autumn Anarchy events we see every year are always fun. But now with Haichu, it kind of just elevates the level of excitement I have for this event going into it. So I'm pumped. There's going to be a lot of fun here and a lot to break down. Now, we got to talk about some things, right? Because Zero Build, very different than the standard BR. And some viewers may not necessarily understand the value of certain items. So let's start with the shockwaves and the shield bubbles. Reese, I know these are going to be important in today's game plan or gameplay. What are some strategies you think these players should be using with these items?
I mean, firstly, you have to look at shield bubbles. Like, if you've heard me speak a single word about Fortnite over the last year, 2 years, you'll know shield bubbles has been in my vocabulary for a long time. And now that it's actually in game and I finally get to talk about it, I'm a little bit excited. Of course, the shield bubble is just going to give you that full protection around from anyone trying to spray at you from different angles. And it becomes obviously much more important now that you have no builds to protect yourself. So in a standard BR mode, you know, we've seen a little bit less usage of it than I would personally like. But when it comes to a zero build mode, it's some of the only protection you've got. You've got some rocks, you've got some trees, you've got the natural movement you can hide behind. But ultimately, you can carry that bubble shield down, and saving it for as late as you possibly can, often one of the best things you can do.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And one of the things we'll see heavily is those end game moments, right? So we all know end game in a standard BR mode, there's not much cover. Now take away the builds. Yeah, you got to find something, right? And the shield bubble is going to be a huge factor in those end games. Also, the bunkers. The Porta bunker is a new addition here in season 4, and these bad boys have shown that they have a very high place here in Zero Build. So I'm excited to see how that's going to play out here in this competition. But I know
high literally you're saying for a second there, because it's some of the only ways that you can create some vertical movement over it. Of course, you can stack a couple on top of each other, give yourself some higher positions to spray down for them. So it's similar just to the shield bubbles. You're waiting until that end game moment.
You know, it's funny. I feel like obviously weapons are important, right? You need to eliminate players. But in reality, I feel like in Zero Build, the utility is more important. If you're not stacking 2-3 slots of utility, you're falling behind, because these other teams 100% are. And with shockwaves, porta bunkers, and shield bubbles being just 3 of the many utility items open and up for grabs here in Zero Build, these players are going to have to diversify the way that they play. Now, Reese, you and I, again, we spend a lot of time with the standard BR, but what is one thing you're looking forward to going into the Zero Build games today?
As always, is more just like an even flow of kind of hype, fights, action, because, you know, with our standard BR modes, usually can be a bit slow in certain areas in the early to mid game, and then all of that chaos goes on in the end game where zones start to move. When it comes to Zero Build, from right off the drop till right at the end, you've usually got constant action. So for me, like, watching Zero Build, like, that's always what it's got to be, just the smoothness of the gameplay.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I think it's definitely going to be a different style, a different pace than we're used to. So I'm excited to see how this is going to pace out. Now, obviously, Surge can become a factor, depending on how stacked some of these lobbies are today. But this is qualifiers, so they don't necessarily tend to be the most stacked. But with the amount of players that are playing in this, I've heard behind the scenes 5 potential lobbies and all top tier players competing. This is going to be some incredible action we get to watch unfold. But look, Reese, man, we haven't really got to cast together in a while. It was actually another Boom TV event, an AVGL event was the last time we got to cast. So look, I'm excited just to be with you.
As always, man, it's always an absolute pleasure. I was trying to remember, when was that? I'm trying to remember what the last one was. It feels like a millennium ago at this point.
It does. It really does.
You're stroking your head the same with me, going, like, when we talking here?
When was this? But no, it's definitely been a bit, and I'm excited because, you know, you and me, when we're together, there's gonna be some high tier, high level Fortnite action broken down. Because I'm just gonna say it, Reese and I, we know a thing or two about this game, so we know how to give you the full story into what goes in before game number one. But game number one is almost ready. I
Ooh,
hear,
okay.
I hear those battle bus, that battle bus beeping, that battle bus getting loaded, those footsteps going right up the steps into the battle bus. But before we can get into it, it's going to be all about some of these players. Now, we obviously don't know all the players going into this, but I'm excited to see some of the top tier collegiate players because there are quite a few pros that hand in hand compete not only in an event like this, but are also competing in FNCSs, the Elite Cup, the divisional, all the divisional cups in general. So there's definitely going to be some extremely stacked talent within this player roster. So one thing I'm looking forward to in this first game is mapping out which players are going to stand out above the rest.
Yeah, and I think like because we have so many lobbies going at the same time, we'll get a hint of that from the first game. Game two, we might have a completely different refresh of players, so it'll be good to see different pool of talent, right? It might be some of the best players in game one, some of the best in game two, some in game three. You don't know what we're going to get our hands on, so we have a
Mm-hmm.
wide pool of talent that's definitely going to be good across all 6 games we got today.
Yeah, absolutely. But the battle bus is loaded. We're ready to go as game number one is underway. And it looks like we're going to be tuning in here to the Rave Cave and the junction area as well. So, two different spots, but within that same region of the map here. Interestingly enough, Rave Cave, while it's been one of the most contested drops season over season in Chapter 3, in Zero Build, it's a bit of a different story.
Yeah, I think the interesting part about Rave Cave when it comes to zero build is like up top is just on top of the lobby at the same time. You have access and visibility to all of the players down below when you're up here. So getting a drop like Cymatics and Vex have right now gives you great angles. But as we saw on the minimap, I mean, there was no one below them, so they have that entire loot to themselves.
They do, and that's what's going to be key is looting up and getting out of there. Because with the amount of teams that are going to land at a POI like that, it's going to make it very tough when you have very little to defend yourself with. But for players like Fear here, they're just going to have to go and try to get their teammates card, try to stay alive as long as possible, and maybe just wait out the team that's close by. And you see Fear just scouting there in the distance, making sure they don't get shot. They need to be a little bit more careful though. Running out in the open like this is definitely a huge red flag in zero build. If a player sees you just running out there in the open, they're gonna strike, and they're gonna strike hard.
Absolutely, he's a man after my own heart. Master Chief outfit on. He knows what's up. I respect the grind on that 100%. But right now, moving down to Flutter Barn, we've got Wonderman, we've got Boba at the same time. They're starting into an engagement. This has been one of the most interesting POIs for me this season, undoubtedly, because of just the change of like elevations that we have going on. Usually this POI was relatively flat. There was just on that land, but now you can see this elevated up above, which creates these really interesting angles and mantle plays that I think we may actually be able to see here from Wonderman.
And that's the thing about mantling, right? Mantling has very limited audio. So if you can do it correctly, and especially in a POI like Flutter Barn, you're going to be able to catch some players off guard and easily pick up either an elimination or some significant damage to start a fight. Now, though, for Wonder, you're looking at the loadout, and I'm questioning some things here. From my personal opinion, the Evo Chrome shotgun, not the way. But what are you thinking, Reese?
I mean, it's not the way. I'll tell you right now, it's not the way. The Evo Chrome, with a very horizontal spray that it has, it doesn't hit the same as like what you might want to see from example some of the other shotguns that are currently in the loot pool. Even the Ranger that has that one shot, man. If that one shot hits, it connects hard, and that thing can be amazing. But if you miss, it might be Rhapsody at the same time. And similarly, though, what we see in zero build is often players not using the shotguns as much. They resort to more using spray weapons. We've got the SMGs, with the ARs that are in the meta base because higher DPS. Usually with the shotguns, you'll be able to hit through builds and much faster, and then be able to pull out, shoot, build. But without builds, you might as well just go for the spray instead.
Spray and pray. That's the story of chapter 3, am I right?
Yeah, a little bit,
But I will say with the suppressed SMG, it has kind of slowed things down quite a bit. The rapid fire is still pretty strong, but with the limited cap there on the ammo, once you actually have it loaded, it makes it a little bit tougher to use. But the sniper, here's another weapon changing in season 4.
Controversial.
We now have headshot snipers back in the game. And looks like we might see the first headshot be taken here by Real All 3 Y Cat.
Look, these are the moments you want to watch in a broadcast. You want to see a big ding headshot snipe, and you know, for some of the players out there, they're not as big of a fan of it because it can end a game so quickly like that. But as a viewer, look, as a caster, as an analyst,
Hmm.
sure, I may not think that a headshot snipe potentially end your game that fast is the most competitive thing. But at the end of the day, I want to see them. I want to see some big headshot snipes. I want to see the highlight moments. I want to see them put on Twitter. I want to see things talked about. I want to see it shared.
You know what? I do too. And we're already seeing some of this action unfold here. Players are dropping left and right in this lobby, and honestly, it kind of speaks to Zero Build as a whole. It tends to be more aggressive here in the early parts of the mid game than the standard BR. So I'm not surprised at the level of action we're seeing already. My curiosity is going to be once we get further to those end game zones, those moving zones, those final moments of the game. That's where, like, in my opinion, the real action begins to unfold because there's only so much you can use to survive in those moments, and these players need to start prioritizing that quick.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to see guys like, Dinos right now who's managed to get a couple shockwaves in inventory. Hopefully, like we said earlier, saving them for endgame. And if they manage to, I was about to say save them from endgame, but he's decided that's not worth doing. But the elimination, 100% worth more. That's a single point on the board now that he's managed to pick up good old Rich Cargo 5 going down. So that is one for the board for them. And maybe it's worth just using a shockwave that early.
You know what? I think
And there's the second.
I was about to say there's the last one, and I was about to say I had a feeling that second shockwave was about to disappear from the inventory because of
You're right.
the positioning of Wonder Man and his teammate Boba Puet, who ultimately had the better spot. They knew that they were going to have an advantage in the fight if they decided to take it, and that's what forced that other player out of there. But now, looking to get back involved, you see him trying to hide on the rock, but Boba says, "No, I'll snipe you. I'll hit you with that one shot headshot, and it'll be all over. It doesn't matter the rarity of the sniper. All it takes is one shot."
Absolutely. And I think this is what some of these higher up positions that I mentioned are going to be so critical for. Obviously, we've got a ton of rotation available on top of the vaults, on top of the balloons. This is one of like the key parts of this entire season. You can see all of them spread across the map. As the weeks go on, they've been moving around the map, which kind of gives a little bit of a different flavor to different POIs. Sometimes you get a sweet spot, sometimes you don't. But regardless, being able to utilize them for high ground and also just for movement is going to be something we're going to see super critically through all of the games today.
Yeah, it'll be interesting as these games continue to unfold because it's so hard for us to pinpoint one story, one particular team, or even multiple teams that we think are going to do well because this is 5 separate lobbies happening simultaneously. So the action is not going to slow down here as Alara is going to go down there to Egg Daddy.
That's now the second time. We may add that in as well.
Ooh.
The Stud has managed to pick up the finish. I must say, these team names are phenomenal.
Yeah.
I commend Ed Daddy and the Stud for managing to put them in game and represent that. But that's not the second time that Lara's gone down because we mentioned that was our Master Chief man who managed to get the revive, the reboot card off. But unfortunately, it's lost a teammate yet again.
Yeah, that is unfortunate. Listen, it's a risk bringing your teammate back in. I remember we would get the stats during the trio seasons, Reese, and it was like such a small percentage of rebooted teams find success later in the game. So
yeah, there was no teams ever won. No team had ever won a game after rebooting until I think it was like Chapter 2, Season 1 or Season 2. That was the case on a major region.
Yeah, so I mean, look, it's not easy to say the least. So at least he tried, right? He tried to get his teammate back in, but it kind of spelled doom from the moment that he was fully out. But now too clean with it. Looking to connect some shots. Running very low on assault rifle ammo. This medium ammo, as you know, especially this season, tends to go fairly quickly. So you have to be a little bit more mindful of it, especially considering how valuable it is in the final moments of the game. Because realistically, when these zones start to close tighter and tighter, the last thing you want to do is get too close with it and have to rely solely on your shotgun.
Oh, hold up. Hold up. Hold up a minute here. Alex Gamer, Mars. We may have to have a word here. There was a player in front of you there, which I
no. That's an NPC that they hired. So in
Zero
Build,
I'm the NPC then. Okay, it doesn't matter.
In Zero Build, I've noticed this recently. Most teams are opting to buy an AI to help them out.
Okay, that I'm telling you right now, that looked like something that was not good. I was holding on for a sec. That was indistinguishable from an actual player. There we go. I see the question mark above him now. And look, let's see if that AI actually plays into it. Too clean with it. Starting to push in. Let's see if their AI can help back him up. Doesn't seem like he's going to be doing it so far, though.
Yeah, it does not look like the AI is going to do much. I'm not sure the value here for the gold spent, but
here
no.
he goes.
Now, there it is. The red exclamation point comes out, and he starts getting involved, but no. Immediately, the NPC is out. The Just now just trying to connect some shots onto Alex Gamer, and Alex Gamer, unfortunately, not going to be able to get away and ends up getting taken out.
Absolutely. I mean, it was a good push. I'd hope for the fish skin NPC to be able to maybe do a little something, maybe a shot, bit of damage here or there, but clearly I just don't think it was worth the gold.
Yeah, you know, I've seen it where sometimes those NPCs are actually super valuable, but unfortunately, that was not one of them. I'm gonna be real. Yeah, that just wasn't it.
I was kind of waiting for it. Ooh, here we go. Yet again, something else we're probably going to see a lot of right now, the bush camping. Oh, but unfortunately, Speedy misses the shot and no, gets choked, goes down. And this might now be Boba's time to clutch things up as yet another shockwave comes out. Clay is out there, but Boba is on the chase.
Listen, I feel like Boba would have gotten that elimination if his name was Haichu. Because I'll be real with you, this Haichu has got me excited and ready to game, man, because this candy is next level.
Look, I'm going to tell you, I ate so much of it yesterday that I'm pretty certain that my blood sugar was unrivaled in London, right? Like, it's so tasty. Look at this massive bucket, like I showed. How can you not keep digging your hand into that? I'm telling you.
I mean, look, it's hard to stop. I'll be honest with you. My wife and I have been digging in this bucket, and we've only had it for like 48 hours, and we've consumed a good chunk of it. I'm not going to admit how much, but
I will not tell you how much. I'll tell you. My girlfriend keeps saying like, "Stop eating that. Just stop it." And I keep going back. If you hear rustling, you know, just like a metal sound whilst the broadcast is going on, that's probably me just eating in the background.
Hey, listen, I have some laid out in front of me. I'm going to be real with you. I'm ready to, when I throw to you, the Haichu's coming in. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. I'm ready for it. I'm ready for it.
But now we focus on a Bologna panini and crispy. Yes, I know it's bologna.
I was getting real concerned for you
but
for a
I
minute
hate
there, Panda.
that
I was
word
like,
bologna,
come
so I say
on.
Bologna. It's Bologna panini.
Okay. I was going to have words with you after this.
Hey, listen. Hey, I'm always open to a conversation with Mr. Resub. I'll take it.
Of course.
So even if
Especially
I gotta say some
spicy
crazy
meats.
stuff.
Yeah.
Now, though, looking down low, it is too clean with it in the Just. Rotating forward. You know what's interesting? So Chrome Crossroads, definitely one of the best POIs from season 3. Right now we're in season 4, and it's been interesting. Week to week, I feel like it's changed. So the first few weeks of it being in the game, it really wasn't too much different from season 3. But there was a few less chests and a few less items that really made it effective. And then all of a sudden, the tilted building appeared, right? And I was like, dang, this is strong now, right? Like, this is an incredible POI. But now that the tilted building has disappeared and they removed one building or some positioning from there, it's like, it becomes more difficult to do. But we talked about our boys, Egg Daddy. Unfortunately, when Dino Ruled has found him and taken quite a bit of damage off of him. But fortunately for him, it does look like he's going to reconnect with the stud and get in a much healthier spot.
Yeah, he's managed to heal up nice and good there. A little beam. That's one of the dangers you have when zero build. You have nothing to protect yourself. And if someone sprays you in the back, you just got to hope and pray that they don't manage to actually hit every bullet, as we saw Dinos do there. And here's some of the utility that we talked about, the bubble shield coming up, giving that protection, giving that kind of 360-degree cover from anyone trying to spray you. But as we see, actually, the stud goes down to a third party. It's Hasbullah's Toy 7 manages to pick him up. So our boy Egg is left down as a solo.
This is rough here, and he's taking the low ground, and unfortunately, he's going to be out of it as Win Dino Ruled. 5 eliminations. What?
Yeah, he's fragging.
He's
5
not
points.
slowing down at all.
5 points total for him already. Add the placement points to that as well. He's looking real good.
That he is. So I'm interested. Will they?
I can hear you eating. You're eating
hey,
Haichu, aren't you?
Listen, when you put the Haichu in front of me, man, and I'm just saying, if you don't know at home, you can get this same Haichu that I got from any major retailer like Target, Walmart, Kroger. But Haichu's also carried to stores like 7-Eleven and Speedway too. So make sure to go get yourself some Haichu right now. But man, they wish they had Haichu because they're out.
I mean, this is the easiest partnership we're ever gonna do. I'm telling you that right now. Like, I think we'll talk more about this than the games because of this. Let's be real. I mean, we're fans, you know.
We are.
As someone who doesn't have it in the UK, I've been converted. So.
Yeah, that's crazy to think
know.
about. But hey, listen, Haichu.
Let,
Let's get it over there in the UK.
Okay, let's focus up. Let's focus up. We got guys popping off. Dinos managed to get up to 7 elims at this point. So now is the point of the zone starting to close in. You know, you might start considering this closer to the end game in a zero build game. This would still be deep into the mid game when it comes to a normal BR with building. But right now, everyone's getting real pushed together, and your position here becomes so important.
It definitely does, especially with the limited structures around. You're looking and at this point, all you can really find to help protect you, maybe some grass, maybe a rock even.
Yeah.
Because it's just so limited. But for players like Nick here, they found the only house that was relatively close, and the porter bunkers start coming out. Fu, though, actually doing a really good job. Finds an abandoned bunker and positions in. Ooh. But no, unfortunately, this team said, nah, I'm not about to let this happen. Fu is officially out. Nick left as a solo player for his team. But fortunately, it doesn't have too bad of a spot and should be able to hold out for at least a little bit longer.
Yeah, he's slightly outside of the zone. The one thing I was worrying with is that there's still teams able to wrap around behind him there. You see in the map in the bottom right, you've got the pink team that's there on the far left, and there's kind of a team to the far right side as well. If they start to wrap into that zone, they see him straight away. But really, his main competitor coming up is going to be the zone because he's going to have to start moving. And what we're watching the POV is exactly where he's going to have to start moving to. A full duo hiding in a corner. He doesn't know what's about to hit him.
He doesn't, and I'm excited to see if he'll be able to fight that or combat that, because it's not going to be an easy one, to say the least. But looking at all these duos still remaining, and everyone positioned quite nicely. You do see, though, there in the distance as the storm's closing, quite a few teams there on the edge. And this typically spells doom for those teams that are back there, because if you're rotating late, especially with other teams close by, you're just asking for a fight.
Absolutely. And look, 2 more shield bubbles in the inventory at this point. They're already in that 4th zone, and they're just trying to take out damage. They've got bushes around them. They have everything, but no, they're actually going to go for an aggressive play with the shockwaves. And you got to remember, taking out anyone you possibly can, similar to Bologna right now, makes another angle that another player can't spray you on. So yeah, you can be defensive, but similarly, applying that pressure, shooting out shots is so critical in a zone this small.
It is, and unfortunately there for Bologna, Panini, 6 eliminations, no easy task, but unfortunately find themselves back in the lobby just outside of the top 5. But Vex, Cymatex, they're doing good. Using the shield bubble here to loot up, get the replenishment that they so desperately needed. And looking at this inventory,
they
I have
want
a feeling,
that loot, though. They want that zone loot. There you go. But will he grab the whites? That's the question. He needs to grab that med kit. No. Okay, so he's just going to chunk 40 white HP. I don't know about that one. Oh, wait, are you gonna go back in?
He's gonna go back in.
He's gonna go for it. He's going for it. He's got it. Oh, he's good. He's good. He's good. I don't really know if he gained much from that, to be honest, but I think it was worth going for.
Yeah, well, fortunately for him, his teammates still obviously has maybe a couple more shield bubbles left there in the inventory to work with, but this is looking good for them. You see this loadout, and to me, this spells a successful game moving forward. I think when you want to have a pretty top-tier loadout in these final moments, you want some shockwaves, you want a strong shotgun, you want a strong AR, and if you can, you want to connect some of those sniper shots, and that's what Vex is looking for. He wants some of those headshots in this game, but the big bluff is looking to stop that, looking to counter the potential win there for Vex and teammates.
Yep, rocket launchers double coming out, clearing out those bushes, no problem, but Clay manages to get his way out. Jimmy Boy, no heals in the inventory, but that elimination is going to come through, so another point on the board for them, up to 5 total. Every single team that's left remaining is a full duo. We've got 6 players left, 3 teams total. Every single one of them is on the opposite side of the zone if we look in that bottom right. But when that next zone pops up, every single one of them is also going to have to move.
They definitely are. They're going to have to make the play, right? Now that the circle has presented itself, you have to figure something out. And you have to figure out quickly, because those shield bubbles, they'll begin to run out. Those porta bunkers, if you don't have enough in zone, you're going to find yourself at a disadvantage. And here it is, the shockwave play over to take the bunker. Huge shot comes through, but it's not going to be enough here as Vex still looking to finish this up, but takes quite a bit of damage, goes down. His teammate is very, very weak. It is a 1v1, and now Vex and Simontex are out.
Will he be able to get the res off, though? He's managed to do it. Yes, Jimmy Boy and Free not managing to pick up any shields from their previous eliminations, are playing far too casual here. This was their opportunity to push in. The fight has happened. The other team, Maze and Bluff, is so weak at that point. This was the opportunity to do it, and they had to get a res off. But they've just managed to be too slow, too impatient. Sure, they got a second, but that might potentially just throw their first place.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie to you. You had to push there. You didn't have a choice. Like, you see that a player goes knocked, you see them down in the elimination feed. You got to make a play, and now you gave time for Big Bluff to heal up. But Maze surprisingly not taking any minis from his teammate quite yet. So definitely risky, right? Obviously, you want to go into these final moments with at least a little bit more health. But now the Shockwave play comes out. They're looking to finish it up. They're looking to get some final shots. The RPG comes out. He actually gets the elimination there onto Big Bluff. Maze looking to stay alive, but no, it doesn't work out as Jimmy Boy and Free 203 walk away with our first victory royale of the day.
Man, I'm not gonna lie, surprised by that change of pace there. Clearly, a bit of a lack of communication from Vex's team. Not popping the minis on the other team. That could have been absolutely crucial for the heals that they needed at that moment. An aggressive attempt to win things out, undoubtedly. However, unfortunately, it just wasn't enough.
It wasn't. And man, look, that just kind of speaks to the power of the RPG. That thing is, especially when you had two of them, it's a little tough to counter. But Zero Build, it's all about taking chances in those final moments, making those shockwave plays. And it was good on them. Like, that was kind of the play you had to do. Like, it's two teams left. Somebody's going to have to make a mistake or make a push at some point. They knew they didn't have any more shield bubbles. So the only answer was to try and surprise attack them. Unfortunately, it just didn't work out.
Yeah, I think coordination was the big issue here as well. We didn't see them push at the same time. It was one goes out, fights a solo, unfortunately loses. Second one goes out, similar story, unfortunately. But we'll have to see what we see in the future games, right? Potentially our winners, maybe stick together a little bit more, maybe have a little bit more teamwork when it comes to those final moments, because that's a big difference when it comes to the overall leaderboards.
It definitely is. And one player and one team in particular, I want to see more of. We got to see some more Egg Daddy. You know what I mean? I think
just from the names alone.
I'm saying it fully based on their skill level, not necessarily in that moment right there where we saw them get eliminated, but they're definitely a team I want to watch closely. Bologna, though, quick elim there. I think, look, we saw a good start for a lot of these teams. This was the opportunity for these players to get some nerves out, right? This is game one. Shake the nerves and get ready, because there are still several more games to go here in the Haichu Autumn Anarchy featuring Fortnite. But gotta go to a quick break. But after that break, we'll be right back to all this action.
I choose to look in the mirror and say I like you. Smile as I hear it, feeling good. Waving high to choose to be you.
I choose to be true and I choose with my crew. High stepping through my high school, keeping my cool. I live by my rules, mouthful as I drool. Who needs more? I choose. Guess who me? I do.
I choose to look in the mirror and say I like you. Smile as I hear it, feeling good. Waving high to choose, high to.
Welcome back to the High Chew Autumn Anarchy featuring Fortnite. And look, a lot of you at home, you may be wondering, what are you guys chewing on? What is that noise I hear in the background? Don't worry, we got you covered. It's this beautiful High Chew candy, baby. Now, this bucket is full, right? Look at this. So much stuff in here. And you could get one of these yourself here. We're actually doing a giveaway in the chat, so make sure if you're here, go ahead, enter the giveaway. We're going to be giving away 5 High Chew buckets in total. Right now, type the keyword High-Chew for your chance to win some High Chew candy. Now, Reese, you wanted to break down some of these flavors for us, right?
Yeah, I mean, normally I'm the analytical dude about Fortnite, but also I may have a bit of a sweet tooth. So
Okay.
I've ended up, I've dived into the bucket, and I think I'm gonna do a live taste test. I can't get this one out. This is a horrible taste test. There we go. Which one are we at? Grapefruit sweet and sour. You may be able to hear the chewing, and if you can, firstly, I apologize. God, that's good. Okay. There's your verdict. 5 out of 5. Maybe even 6 out of 5. Grapefruit flavor. Maybe it's not the first time I had one. Let's ignore that.
Look, I'm gonna be honest with you, right? This week was the first time I ever had High Chew candy, and one of my best friends from high school, right? I told him that I got this bucket, and he was beyond jealous, right? Number one. Number two, he's like, "How have you not tried High Chew candy? Try it right now." I literally tried it on the phone with him. Life changing, dude. This candy is so good, and these buckets are amazing. Like this thing, I kid you not, is so packed. I'm not gonna show you my feet, but I got the socks on. There were socks in the bucket. Like,
No feet, Panda. No feet. Come on.
I'm rocking the High Chew socks, man. So make sure you're entered High-Chew in the chat right now. Spam it. Now another thing, we do want to talk about it. Reese Hub and I, don't worry, we are well aware that there are some items banned. But listen, we're casters. We got to talk about whatever's on the screen. So I hope you all understand that at home. And just for clarification purposes, if you use any of those items, your game results in 0 points. So make sure you are not picking up the goo gun, the RPG, and Reese.
I've got it written down here. I can't remember where it is. It's the claws. There you go as well.
There it
and I think
is.
it's important to note that if you use any of those weapons, you get caught, you get reported, you get 0 points for that game. However, we're playing 6 games total, so if you mess up once, one of your games is fine not to count, which will be your lowest scoring game anyway. So already, we saw one of our winners of the previous game, which will have their points nullified, unfortunately, after doing so well in that first game. But it's because they ended up using the rocket launchers.
Yeah, it is unfortunate, but now, hey, listen, we've clarified that. We're on the same page. We're here together on this. And so going into game 2, don't worry. You don't got to tell us. We know. And we got you covered. We'll make sure it is taken care of. But game number 1 is complete. We had some pretty telling showings here from these players. And one thing I want to mention, one thing that I saw lacking, right, and actually led to the success for the teams that had them, were the porta bunkers. Not as many teams carrying them as I anticipated. And for the teams that did have them, that's why they found so much success going into those final moments.
Yeah, and I think the way you look at how the game turned out, right? When it was 3 teams remaining, you had almost like a full triangle pinch around the entire zone. One on this side with a porta bunker, one on the top this side of the porta bunker, one down at the bottom with a bubble shield. It was like a full even spread. Those teams so far who are doing well in these games that we've watched are utilizing them right up until the end.
Yeah, they are. So it'll be interesting to see if that changes, right? If these players begin to prioritize these a little bit, because we talked about it going into the last game. Utility is more important than weapons in 0 build. Yes, you need those weapons to get that final elimination, but in reality, those utilities are going to be what keeps you alive and get you all those additional placement points. So make sure you're prioritizing that going into game number 2, because game number 2 is almost underway. Again, the leather on the seats in the battle bus is crinkling with people sitting down, getting ready, and getting loaded up to get into the next game. Reese, predictions though. What's going to win this next game? Do you think the shield bubble will be the final thing? Do you think it's a bunker play? What are you thinking?
I think it's just the same as always. I think like one of the biggest things we saw was just shockwaves repeatedly, and
Yeah.
you know that's always been a staple of the zero build game mode, being able to fire yourself either towards some of your opponents or away from them in whichever situation that is. Hopefully towards them, because you know most of the time when you're trying to jump away, you're not in the best of positions at that moment. But the utilization of the shockwaves is something I think, you know, I want to see like a really nice shockwave, one pump, maybe even a no scope play to win.
Ooh.
You know, I'm maybe asking for quite a lot here. I understand that, but I want to see a highlight win in game number 2.
Hey, listen, War Hyper, cut. If you're still here, that's your challenge. Get the shockwaves, get the sniper, hit those one-shot, headshot, trick shots. That's what I want to see here in a final moment. Because that would be insane. If
I
that
want to
doesn't
see it. I
happen,
want to see it. I'm just saying.
I would get so hyped. We're probably going to be standing up, flipping our desks, everything above the sun. So be ready for those potential moments here. And if you're a player, let's see it. Let's see those trick shots. But it's almost time. Again, make sure you're entered in for one of those incredible buckets. Hi-Chew in the chat. Type it away. And we're almost away with game number 2. Reese, you almost ready?
Importantly, I'm almost ready, but what I want to also say is between every single match, we're going to have a different giveaway as well. It'll be a different code to type in, so obviously make sure you stick around for that as well. Because right now, it's code Hi-Chew. Maybe it's code Resub after that. I don't know. We'll have to see. It's
Hey,
probably not going to be though. It's probably not going to be. I'm just saying that, but you know, maybe just putting that energy out there.
It could be. Listen, I'm already preemptively typing resub in the chat right now to get
And
ready.
that's fine. Spread it. Spread the news, everyone. You know.
Oh man, but look, make sure you get involved there because honestly, this Hi-Chew candy incredible. Make sure you're trying it at home, and if you're in the UK, make sure you go to Resub's house and pick up some from him.
I mean, there's plenty here. You know, I think we could feed all of London right now. It's phenomenal.
It is one big bucket. But look, I want to talk to you a little bit about the collegiate space, right? Because obviously this is a collegiate event. The collegiate space, in my opinion, right now is blossoming. It's starting to grow into something that we haven't really seen in traditional Fortnite in quite some time. There's true stories, real rivalries between schools. This is something that I'm super excited to see moving forward for Fortnite. So what do you think, Resub? What are your thoughts on the collegiate space in Fortnite?
I think it's really sick. You know, it's something that, as someone from the UK, there's not necessarily so much of a grassroots development when it comes to esports, or I don't want to say even sports as much because there definitely is, but 100% with esports. So to see obviously a lot of this kind of improvement is over in NA East, NA West, and just obviously in North America generally, where a lot of this collegiate activity is going on. So I think it's really cool, just as like an outsider to the country, to see younger players starting to be developed. You know, ironically, the college kids are usually the older players when it comes to Fortnite. Seems a little bit backwards, you know, in that way, but it's super exciting.
It is. It's super exciting, but what also is exciting is game number 2 underway, and it looks like we're going to have some new players that we didn't get to tune in with game 1.
We got Spinal loaded in. Actually, a couple more people in this game. Of course, we've got a bunch of lobbies going on at the same time, so our players are kind of evenly distributed across. So in game 1, I think we had around 66 in that lobby because every lobby had roughly the same amount of players. This time, 79. So we got a little bit more of a stacked game going on for game number 2.
It definitely is a little bit more stacked, and that's going to make it a little bit more exciting. We were talking about how the pacing of Zero Build is, and when you have a 70-plus lobby, it makes the pacing that much more interesting. And we're already starting to see it here as Spino clapped you, is loading up those bunkers. Understanding the priority in those things is going to be huge, but prioritizing that Evo Chrome rifle as well, it could be massive. See the major shots come through there. His teammate actually trying to get forward. It does look like he gets the knock there with the Firefly. An incredible play there, but one teammate remains. Will they be able to hunt him down? That's the question.
I'm not sure I've ever seen a Firefly play outside of myself trying to get to Champions League without using weapons before. So that's phenomenal. Love myself a good little, you know, I want the highlight moments. I asked for it earlier, and I think we're already being delivered. Patel is down. He's just left now. His teammate Eat Churros. By the way, I'm going to continue to say it. We have some of the best names in the collegiate space.
They are. And you know what's exciting is looking at how chaotic these moments are in Zero Build. It really reminds me of that Chapter 1 Fortnite feel when I get to tune into these games, because it really kind of reminisces. It takes me back to the maybe more RNG days of competitive Fortnite.
Yeah. the early days, right, where you can see anyone pop off. And I think that's exactly what we're about to see. You know, we're going to have the finals tomorrow where all of that big prize money comes from. Where this is where all those teams are qualifying through. And who knows the names that we're going to see.
Yeah, who knows? It's going to be interesting because remember, the top 3 from the weekend, this weekend, go on to the Code Red event late next week. So it's going to be a massive opportunity. A lot of invited players from the scene. And it looks like Mag is going for that potential top 3 there. Getting a nice knock there to start it off. But PJ holding the shot. Waiting ADS, but no, Mag says it's not going to be enough. But as I say that, PJ turns around, gets the shot, and ultimately takes him out.
Bit of donkey laugh. Love it. Love a bit of BM. Yes, I'm eating a piece of haichu as I'm casting because that's what we do right here, of course. Simultaneously.
Absolutely.
Bit of a chill. Like PJ manages to clutch things so simply by holding like not even a right hand peek, just by sheer out aiming. That's some of the power of the zero builds.
The power of zero builds. Look, honestly, if you're not chewing on some haichu right now and breaking down some of these games, then you're not resub. Because
True.
that's what Resub's
I mean,
doing right now. I'm going to be honest with you.
One of two, you know? If you get involved as well, you can join me on this. Eating haichu and analyzing Fortnite. Like, it's a good day, I can tell you.
It's a great day. I'm going to be real with you. But the Danimal now on the high ground here in Shiny Sound, looking to connect some shots here on any of these unsuspecting players close by. Ultimately, you see Cole, you see Six, you see, is that Jagger Monkey hanging out up there? And they're just playing very patient within this building. This is not necessarily a spot that has a ton to work with. So if you are going to take this fight, make it quick and get your teammate and start rotating because you're going to need to make something happen. Another team actually is still close by here. So if they're not careful, they can find themselves getting caught off guard.
Yeah, I think that was our previous game's winner. Jimmy is the one in the surroundings as well.
Ooh.
And obviously, you know, we saw them, unfortunately, use the rocket launcher, which is not allowed, meaning their points were nulled. So hopefully they can manage to clutch that back up and do the same this time. Right now, we've got Duck losing his teammate, obviously, to another team. Was that Nyx down here as well, with a bunch of players surrounding him, but he's managing to hit a bunch of shots in Grim Gables, but unfortunately not really able to get out anywhere. He's trying to hide up in the cornfields here, but continually just kind of getting tagged over and over from the players surrounding him.
Yeah, and listen, if you don't know, in Grim Gables right now, there's some zombies lurking around. So if you're in this zero build playlist, you need to be a little careful because you're going to get hunted. And that's what we saw right there. But now the shot's looking to come through there for Duck, trying to get a nice snipe off onto that player. I'm not sure that Duck was the one that ended up getting it. No, it was actually Danimal up there on the height. Duck now as a solo player going to try to get these shockwaves and the bunkers maybe? No, opting to keep the DMR for now. So interesting choice to say the least, but getting a nice little refresh now, needs to move, needs to separate from this duo and try to get his teammate back in this game.
Yeah, he's hopefully managed to get that reboot off. Six, Danimal still up on top. They were the ones who were third party, and they were the ones that were being frustrating, annoying, and they managed to sit inside that shield bubble, luckily for a little moment there. And see what they can do. Like, there's a bunch of teams that are surrounding them at this moment. They're managing to do a ton of damage, but again, the zone will still be against them after that.
Yeah, it really boils down to what they're going to be able to do now as a Six, just hunting them. Getting the vehicle burning is going to be huge. With the existing fire here, especially in zero build, it's very tough to defend against. So if you're too close to it, you're going to end up getting caught off guard. And they realize that Wolfpack and his teammate are here, the Beanery, just trying to stay alive. But no, it's not going to work out as Six and Danimal walk away with a few more eliminations. But wait. Am I seeing this correctly? Eight eliminations in the first zone?
8 already. That is absolutely unbelievable. Given we had, what, 78 people total? They managed to take out, I think, half of the eliminations of all of the players so far. And 3D looks like he's starting to take up the other half.
Interesting. I'm surprised. Like, this is a pretty heavy start. We know that, obviously, it tends to be a more aggressive time there when it comes to these games, but it'll be interesting to see how this unfolds. And Egg Daddy, our boys, Egg Daddy getting a nice little elimination there with the stud just in the background. Now that we switch over, it's Logic riding on the Wolf. Look at the strafing there. honestly, the quality gameplay unfolding right now is insane. If you don't know how to use these wolf plays, don't worry. Just check in with Logic.
Yeah, the digital movement's cool. This is something I really messed around with a lot when it first came out, and we saw a lot of people in the build mode who ended up like using these cool piece control mechanics on top of a wolf, which didn't end up actually being part of the main game mode. Now I want to see if that additional speed will help anyone out. Right, the mobility is good, but can we see any cool plays with it, any cool shots hit, any highlight moments like I asked? And unfortunately our boy Jimmy is already down as well.
That's tough. Jimmy boy, man. Jimmy boy 893. It's not the start we wanted to see from you here in game number 2, but it's okay. Best of 5 or best of 6, 5 games, best of within those 6. Sorry, chewing on some high chew.
You got it right. You got it right. Not the easiest to explain, but you did indeed get it right, Danimal. Another 4 eliminations
12.
since we last checked up to 12 total. Now these guys, like, they've got to be, and I mean gotta be, some zero build goats. I'm checking.
Yeah, I like that's some serious eliminations to start all this off, and man, that's pretty. It's pretty interesting. It's pretty enticing to watch a team walk away second zone, 12 eliminations, especially with the likes of players like Cut and Busa, who are in this lobby, 2 collegiate champions. These players known for their top placement in collegiate events, now here finding some success. I've seen some eliminations there in the feed for Cut, but Busa actually going down for right now. So it'll be interesting to see if they're going to be able to get back in the game and stay in it. But if you're Squinty, Cashew, and FaZe Shoe Nice, you're in a nice, comfortable spot on top of this blimp and looking for any unsuspecting players that you can catch off guard.
Yeah, I'd say if they want to be the best spot possible, they go up onto the top of the tail at the backside there. That gives them a flat land that gives them a little bit more of a right-hand peak to look over. Give yourself a little bit more access to the players down below. But regardless, right now, if any of those players start to come up, if they use any of the air vents that are around them, they have clean shots of them out of the sky. So I'd say on this map, they're almost definitely in the best spot. But now, in the bottom right of the map, you can see moving is going to have to be their next objective. And there they go. Here we go.
Hey, you know what? Listen, as long as they're getting their feet moving, that's all that matters. As they end up diving in here on Sage Boss, and it's just a game. So actually just opting to get a vehicle. Smart move on their part, because the vehicles have a ton of value in this game mode, especially here in a stack lobby like this. So using these vehicles are going to be super important. But FaZe Shoe Knife goes flying, and the shield bubbles are out. They keep tagging him with the vehicle, and now they're just playing on the edge of the shield bubble.
That's it. Shoe Nice goes down. That's 1 knock. Where's the teammate? He's coming up from the backside. 51 damage to him. Cashew doesn't stand an absolute chance against the dominant duo Sagat, and it's just a game, unfortunately. 4 elims now for them total. And interesting, I would say the last 2 games, the biggest trend that we've seen is a lot of Evo Chrome Shotgun. We talked down about it at the start of the show of game 1. We're like, why are these guys using this at all? But in the zero build mode, seems to be working out quite well for a lot of these players.
It's definitely got to be the fire rate. It's definitely not the damage. If we're
Definitely not the damage.
But the fire rate, it's a lot of pressure to deal with if you're connecting shots consistently. I can only imagine the player receiving that damage definitely has to kind of work around that, right? It's going to be a lot more than they anticipate. They keep out of the corner of their eye, see their health tick down more and more and more. The more panic sets in. It could definitely be a viable option, I think, in zero build. Still definitely tough with the lack of damage that it puts out. But now Tree Crab looking to get up here onto upper 2. His teammate's still not close by, and he actually has an opportunity here. It does look like Tree Crab has gone down. Keith has joined his teammate in upper, and now it's a 1v1. But to finish it off, MK Latte is down and back in the lobby.
Intensity. That's the one word I would use to describe that fight right there. My heart was racing. It was pounding, waiting for that crosshair to just line up with the head, and it was circling. It was going round repeatedly. But eventually, of course, upper 2 managed to get it. He had the full upper hand on that play as those players started to come up that zip line, but unfortunately didn't really able to make the most of it.
Reese, 15 elims now. What is happening? Like, these players are just on a tear here in game number 2. And look, if they're not at the top of the leaderboard when we get an opportunity to look in, I'll be surprised.
You both I'm saying they've been fragging so far. That's prelims. Remember, this is still a bit of a placement heavy format, right? So a win is going to be 25 points total. Every single elimination is also 1 point on top of that. So, you know, you have to get 25 elims to equal that victory royale. But for them, that doesn't seem like a problem. We almost saw it be a problem, though, with Danimal down to 1 HP. That must have been potentially a snipe body shot, maybe some tags from the players up above. But they managed to turn back and get the snipe onto Mopey. So Mopey's now knocked. The time's pressure kind of way here as Danimal starts to move up. We know they are the highest eliminationing team right now. So you do not want to be pushed by them at all.
Not at all. And it looks like Six is looking to get up there and get involved there onto the bubble, trying to connect any more shots that they can. The sniper is in hand here for Six, but these players are not peeking. But as I say it, a huge shot comes out. Man, he's not missing.
He hit a head, he hit a body. Danimal's now starting to fly up, so it seems like they're going to start to push, but maybe a little bit of lack of communication there as Six seems the team down below. But no, Danimal potentially starting to move down Bussa and not down below here. I have to see what they play. Who do they choose? You know, do you go up or do you go down? It seems like they're going to start to push down. The aggression from these guys is honestly crazy. Unfortunately, the shots missed. The shockwave pushed them back into zone, cut down at the same time. Oh, I thought the headshot snipe was going to come out, but no, not unfortunately there. Oh, and just as I speak, another one connected. Unicorn Man 784 down.
Reese, this is just insane. They're not only are they just absolutely pressuring every single team in the lobby, but they're finding success. There's only one time that we saw Danimal weak, and he quickly rezzed back up, got in a healthy spot, and just dove right back in. Nothing is stopping this team at all, and unfortunately for them, they're going to have to try and stay alive. But wait, Danimal is down. Tad Kings and Unicorn Man might be able to clutch this up, and then they do. Six, Danimal, they're out.
That right there is the problem with the aggression that they had. Soon they're going to pick a fight that they're not going to win. It's kind of, I'm not going to lie, a surprising turn of events. The headshot snipe comes through onto Unicorn. He goes down. They get the res off, and it splits up the other team so much. Danimal takes a bad angle and unfortunately gets double sprayed, picked up. Just some of the small crucial mistakes you can make as a team who gets too invested in elims.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of called it too. You said the value of eliminations, while they are there, they're not as valuable as placement. And unfortunately for them, they're going to miss out on a ton of placement points. But it's fortunate for these teams that are still lingering around, and Busa being one of those players. Again, a very, very top tier, elevated collegiate player, spends a lot of time finding success in these collegiate events. This event, probably no different.
I wouldn't say Egg. Our boy and the stud been fragging out yet again this game. 7 elims up to them. Last game, we saw them go down a little bit earlier. But again, they're showing that they have the potential to do good. Gore on the south side of the zone with another team. Again, no heals in the inventory. This is where you're in a sticky situation. They got to rotate. They got to hit the launch pad. They got to get into zone. But there's players around them. Minimal heals left to the name. Lucky the minis chucked to him now. But if they hit this pad, they are just free pickings for any player out. This is honestly just a very easily walkable rotate.
It is, and realistically, these players just need to focus on moving, right? They need to move, get in position, and get ready for these final moments. You see for Elgor, only one shield bubble in hand. That's not a lot to work with in these final moments here, folks, because the most important items right now, moving forward from this point on in this game, is going to be the shield bubbles and those bunkers, and we only see one in the inventory.
Yeah, right now the power position is where this team is right now. Mopey Turtle, Joe sitting up on top of the entire lobby with full vision, but basically everyone else is down fighting in these buildings. So I'd be so careful if you're any of these players. Who knows who's going to be sitting on a right-hand peak? Because that's essentially what you've just got to do to be able to pick up frags when players starts to move through into you.
Yeah, I mean, look, that's a majority of what they have to play, right? They have to. And sometimes they have to create those right-hand pinks, and that's what we're seeing here for Germo. This player unsuspecting enough, and it's actually Solaris Hawk who's going to end up going down, and Germo picking up that elimination. 2 on the board, though. Not quite as aggressive as some of these other teams as we've seen, but staying alive. That's the real important thing here in these final moments.
Yeah, as always, we're going to have to see what this next zone pulls. This is going to be the really important factor here. Obviously, does not pull on the edge like a proper 50-50 in a competitive mode. This is now just a zone that's pulling in. So for guys like Mopey and Joe, they're sitting up on top of this hill on this balloon. They have the option to rotate using, obviously, the balloon that they have the ability from this. But they need to pick a landing spot. If I was them, I would be going sooner rather than later. If they end up going super late, players will probably be already in that zone, and they'll be able to pick them up.
Yeah,
now that I say that, that's actually not a good idea. Just ignore what I just said.
I was like, you know what? Listen, I love Reese. I'm just gonna go with it. But hey, listen, for Mopey Turtle up here on the high ground, does have a really nice spot in the balloon. Now, remember, for those at home that may not realize this, so obviously you can launch from the bottom of the balloon itself and then land on top. But when you launch that second time from the top of the balloon, you actually go higher. So if you need to get across the map, or really start moving or stay up in the air, this is the best way to do it. And it looks like that might be an option here for them, because looking down low, there's not a lot for them to work with, and they're actually waiting for some players, some unsuspecting players, to use the balloon, potentially try to get a shot, but they actually end up missing. And huge headshot comes through as Duckarudis ends up picking up one knock and now shockwaving over.
Here we go. This is going to be the finish up from the second player. Dermot, our solo one-man army left alive, trying to stay at the side, taking the shots that he can. Duck, after connecting that headshot, has finished up the second one. Props to Bubble Shield, but the opponents start to drop in too. The Wolf's getting involved. Every single shot hitting left, right, but yep, he's managed to finish that one up as well. It's now 5 teams remaining, 8 players total. And will he be able to get the rest? No, because again, the Wolf is managing to get in the way, but he hits the no-scope. That's a highlight play I was asking for.
Hey, listen, not necessarily on the opponent that you were anticipating, but definitely the play for sure. As now Germo getting shockwaved into Storm. Unfortunately, he had such a great position there in the porta bunker, but now is going to fight for it as Duck still there just above, and he actually shockwaves away, and another player anticipates that and gets involved. It's actually Busa going to take out Germo. Duck just trying to stay alive here in this bush, using that movement to just stay alive for a few moments longer. Shockwave plays, though, from every direction, and unfortunately, Duck is going to be out. As Cowboy Jack here going to stay alive with his teammate. Wait, that's Hyper Awareness. In our chat, we just saw moments ago, that's War Hyper.
Hey, you shouted him out already. Here he is in the game, ready to do good. But Busas, who we're focusing on so far, he has to make the rotate, the sneaky play. He has none of that rotation. He's the only solo left in a world of duos here. And I think he might be able to do it. He may be able to sneak up. He has the gold Evochrome. This could be an easy beam onto the players up. He's using that zoom while crouching, while walking. It makes no footstep audio. They're not aware. Jack and Hyper Awareness not living up to the nickname at all. But yes, the beams come through. Will he be able to get the first knock? No, he's not at all. Yes, that's Jack now going down, but he's going to be picked up by Turtle at the same time. So now it's just left to 2v2. Yet again, the players knocked. They should go for the Shockwave play right now. This is the exact same situation we saw in game number 1.
Look, if you shockwave up and shockwave Cowboy Jack and Hyper Awareness in a storm, it's over, right? That's what they need to do, and they have the shockwaves to do it, but the counter on that is Cowboy Jack doing it first, but no, here it is. The shockwave play comes out. Now they're shockwaving each other into Storm. It looks like Joe is in the Storm. Mopey as well. This could be all over. George or Joe gets back in here as Hyper Awareness just trying to stay alive. The shockwave play is going out. The chaos ensuing. Hyper goes for the shockwave play to finish it all. Will Joe go down to Storm? He has enough. Hyper Awareness wins on 1 HP.
Oh my goodness. Look, we were going to say it's going to be a matter of time. Their shockwave plays are going to come out at some point. It was a little bit too late, clearly, because Hyper Awareness comes through, clutches up, 2 HP remaining, 1 second left in zone. He would have been out about as close as it gets, let's be real.
Dude, that was just insane. And that's what you have to do in those final moments, right? When it's a 2v2 situation, get up in the air with those shockwaves and push people out.
Yeah, and this is kind of similar to what we've seen in 2 games in a row now, that play has not been pushed as aggressively when they needed to. When it's a 2v2 situation, 1 player's knocked, and we've not seen the shockwave play come out in a timely manner. Twice, well, not that's this time, we've seen them now lose out because they didn't have that timeliness, we'll say, in order to take that play. That's the time you got to push. That's the time you've got to be able to pick up that win. And unfortunately, it's just lost in the game and given Awareness the victory royale.
Yeah, and it was close, man. It was really, really close. You saw the health on both. It was a risky play, and it looked like Hyper awareness ended up throwing the shockwave down, pushing himself into Storm, but also pushing the other player into Storm in the hopes that maybe he had a little bit more health. And sure enough, he had literally 2 HP more. And that was it.
So
as
close.
it finished off. And there it is, the winning moment there for Hyper Awareness and his teammate. What a way to cap off game number 2. Honestly, this just has me more hyped for the remaining.
Absolutely. Like, Zero Build, look, it's living up to the hype, my man.
It really is. But listen, before we get into this next game, we got to jump into a quick break. So make sure to stay tuned, and we'll be right back.
I choose to look in the mirror and say I like you. Choose I choose.
Listen, guys, you already know what time it is. We're back from a break. So the first thing we're going to do is we're diving into a High Chew giveaway bucket. Now, listen, there's a special code here, folks. And that code right now is Chewy. Go ahead and type Chewy in the chat right now if you want one of these amazing buckets. I see you guys. I see the chat blowing up here. Get your entries in now while you can, because to be honest, Reese and I, we might have to enter. I'm down for a second bucket.
No, I'm
here,
already
Reese.
in. I'm already in. I don't know what you're saying. I'm already in chat. Like, I've already entered. You're saying you might? Like, I'm sorry. I'm already in there. There you go.
Oh, man. Yeah, if you don't know, there's like 6 different Reese accounts in there typing Chewy right now. So listen, good luck to everybody. Make sure you get your opportunity to get some High Chew candy. And oh, dude, I'm looking at it right now. Literally strawberry flavor. I think the strawberry flavor ones are so good, but there's so many variations of strawberry.
I'm not gonna lie. I've just opened. I picked up this tub to do a bit whilst this graphic popped up, and I was too late, right? And as you've been talking, I'm not even been listening. I've just been looking into the depths of this bucket at all of the flavors that I'm gonna eat later.
And you know what's funny? For those that may not know, and maybe you didn't know this, Reese, there's actually a less sugar option of Haichu in there. So start digging, man. Save some extra calories.
Okay, hold on, I gotta look at that later.
We're talking about all the calories and pounds we're putting on behind the scenes, but man, maybe that less sugar option might be the wave. So we'll definitely be hunting in our buckets for those later. But it's almost time, guys. Game number 3 is getting ready to load up here. And man, the first 2 games have been insane. I'm hearing some high elimination games in other lobbies for the win. Like, what did you say, Reese? Like a 20+ elimination
I've definitely
game?
seen a 25 on the leaderboards as I go to refresh. Ooh. You said you heard a 37. Now, I'm not seeing anything. I'm not seeing a 37 when I look on the leaderboard. I'm seeing a 25, seeing an 18. The 25 was from Frosty, the 18 was from Cuts team. There's some big elim games going on right here, and I mean big elims.
All right, War Hyper, I'm calling you out then, War, because you said, we heard it live, you said a 30+ elimination game for a team, but I'm not seeing it on the leaderboard. Reese isn't seeing it on the leaderboard. Let me know, War, where is that at? But
you might have just done bad in game 1, you know? So it's possible. I'm scrolling here. I'm scrolling, but I'm not seeing it. It's not popping up. We'll see.
We'll see. But look, regardless, there's some high elim games here, high elim wins. So make sure you are putting in a lot of effort going into these final few games, folks, because those points are going to be huge to qualify on to tomorrow. And then from there, potentially to qualify into some money, as well as one of those top 3 spots in the big Code Red tournament later this week. So it's going to be a huge opportunity to play against some of the incredible invited players with insane content creators. We have some incredible pro players playing in it. Like, it is a stacked lobby going into the Code Red event.
You know, we got like Tifu, Zemi, we got some of the biggest names possible out in the Code Red event. So, of course, today, top 50 gets you to tomorrow, where the finals are there. Top 3 of that will get you to the Code final. But, of course, there's a bunch of money tomorrow as well.
There is, but look, it is time. Game number 3 is almost underway, and it is time for us to get ready to dive in with the Battle Bus and dive into the action. But looking at the way this is going to play out, it does look like we might be going
now.
If it went as soon as you said now, I was like,
that would be great, right?
I was like, all right, the Battle Bus favors Reese. I see it now. But no.
I see it. I understand why.
Look, let's see it, chat. Let's see it, players. Get some high elim games. This is your chance. Let's get those placement points, though. Because, again, remember, we saw a team last time, and Danimal and his teammate, they got, 16 eliminations into the mid-game very early, but unfortunately went down. And those placement points are just as valuable as those elims, if not more valuable. So get to work here, folks. It's time. Game number 3 is almost time.
So close. There we go.
There
Okay, we've loaded, and here we are. Game number 3 is loaded up. 3 more after this. We're checking in with Robbie. We're checking in with Boulder. They've got teams locked and loaded near them already, ready to go.
Ready to go. Here is KNG Boulder and map landing on the top right-hand corner of the map here. It does look like there's only one other team in that area, and no one landing Lustrous Lagoon. I'm sure, or I'm actually curious if they are aware of that. When they're dropping in, if they're paying attention, they know there's no other teams really landing too close, or no team landing there in Lustrous. So that's going to be a huge opportunity if they can clean up and go in there and get some of that loot, because that is plentiful when it comes to the
Absolutely.
loot.
You should be kind of always scouting as you're dropping, right? Trying to find the players near you. Oh, Squinty's
I was
a good
about
man.
to say.
Yeah,
I was about to say.
Cashy knows what's up. In case you're wondering what we're referencing here, rocket launchers, the claws, and the goo gun are banned from this tournament. So if you see a player use them, they will get 0 points that game. So Squinty, he's picked up the rocket launcher. He got a little too excited, but he remembered it's out the rules and he's put it down.
Listen, and quick reaction too. You saw it go into his inventory and he immediately stopped. He's like, no, fam.
No.
Let's get this out of here. I'm not doing this.
He knew the POV was on him. He knew we were watching. maybe if we weren't watching, he'd be like, maybe just a 1 elim or 2 here. No.
Yeah, maybe
he was a good man.
Slip in a rocket or 2. Like, what's the harm, right? No. You will get banned. You'll get 0 points. Don't do that. So now, though, we unfold here in this fight. Kevin, Dr. Drill going up against Winterjack. Does get the knock there with only 14 HP remaining. Could potentially get the full elimination. No, he's super weak and is not going to be able to finish it up, as I'm Not No D gets his teammate Winterjack back in the game.
What do you think that stands for?
I'm Not No Degenerate.
Okay. He's a high member of society, a
Yep.
top lad, as we would say here.
Touches grass.
Ah, okay. Just want to make sure. Checking in with Thor the Frog and the Real Doom. I'm telling you, right? Collegiate players, they have the best names. You know what
100%.
stands out the best to me here? Punctuation, capitalization of the first letters of each of their names. You know how many times I've seen just like a mess of capitals, all lowercase? Thor, Doom, hooking it up. I can tell you that right now.
Listen, one comes to mind real quick. Remember Fat Pikachu?
I remember Fat Pikachu. I remember Fat.
no
That's a
punctuation,
throwback.
no
Yeah, yeah.
separation. Like, I mean, it was not the best name. I mean, it was one of the best players, but not necessarily the best name. But nevertheless, though, we switch over to Jakama Hippo, playing with Swag Pug, going up against Squinty Cashew and his teammate there as Pug is just getting involved. He feels comfortable with that lever shotgun, but it doesn't do enough damage as FaZe Shoe Nice gets a nice quick cleanup. His teammate now getting involved, coming to try and help survive and keep his teammate alive, but it's not going to work out as now Swag Pug is out.
Yeah, just classic zero build mechanics. Staying behind a right-hand peak, waiting for an opponent to overextend, popping out and getting some easy elims. Like, this is just the absolute core basics of a zero build game mode. And now for Hippo, losing Pug, a sentence I don't think I would ever say. He's going to have to figure out what he's got to do for the rest of this game.
He is. And look, he's actually going to use the Chrome Splashes to come back and get his teammate's card.
Oh.
But no, they realize it. They hear the Chrome. It is super loud when you're in that form. So you now just trying to ditch away here. Shoe Nice trying to connect a shot, and unfortunately, he's not going to be able to. But it doesn't matter. They already got 2 eliminations. Now they can just kind of chill and plan for the rest of the game.
Yeah, but Hippo's managed to find someone else, but he's picked up that elimination. That's Ryan Updog, man. Well, what's up, dog? Just that's all I got to say.
Hey, listen, I knew that was about to happen. I'm going to be real with you. I knew that was coming.
We've had Dog, Pug, and Hippo. Like, this lobby is just like the zoo.
Could you? And bro, there actually is so many animals represented here.
The
So
fox goes down. Like,
wait, no.
I mean, come on. You can't make this up.
You can't. This is top tier competitive Fortnite names. Like, if you're not winning the competition, you're definitely winning the name game.
Oh, undoubtedly. Yeah. I'm looking for someone at the top of the leaderboards. Maybe with a meow in their name or something.
Hey, listen. If somebody with the name Meow goes into the top 3, I don't know. Maybe I'll give him one of my high shoe bags. I don't know. We'll see. But
will you be able to separate from them? That's the real question.
that honestly, dude, I'm looking at this bucket right now, and I just don't know. I don't think I can. I'm gonna be honest with you, because I've cleared more high chew in this broadcast than I have in my entire life.
It's a frog now. We have Thor the Frog.
Or the frog.
Frog, fox, dog, pug, hippo. That's 5 different names we have of different animals in this lobby.
I'm looking too, because I bet you it's not the last. I bet you there's another variation of some animal still in this lobby. If it's not, it's Danimal.
Oh, maybe. He's the lobby leader. Okay, I see how this is playing out. Of course. Going back to the teams that we're focusing on are basically all tilted tower teams, and they're pretty much playing a similar game, slow. One of the things about zero build is you don't really need to loot, right? So in a normal BR game mode, you'd see these players running around, they're picking up as much loot, they're harvesting materials, but that takes minimal time when you're playing zero build. So you have a lot more time to sit the zone, play the builds, play the angles, wait for other players to make mistakes. You see Cashew and Shoe Nice moving around so much, and if they get close to any of those teams, they're just hiding in a little corner. That's just a free elim for the other team.
It is, and it could be a free elim for them, but now the action is starting to slow down, which is interesting, especially based on what we've seen so far in this competition. We've seen so many people competing and just aggressively pushing left and right. So for it to slow down quite a bit is I don't know, it's kind of confusing to me. I'm not sure that maybe this lobby just realizes the caliber of player they're going up against, so maybe they're trying to take it a little bit slower, just staying alive, valuing the placement points a little bit more. But whatever the case may be, this is a very different game than what we've seen in the past 2.
Yeah, we saw Vex and Chimatics in game number 1 land in the top of Rave Cave. This time, they managed to drop down below and pick up 2 elims. So their high drop spot that they've managed to get has clearly advantaged them. Managed to pick up 2 elims, but I don't know if they know that this other player is just sitting around the corner here on a small little right-hand peak. I'm not sure they have any clue at all.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. See, Tasty might be able to walk away from this and stay alive for a little bit longer. But no, as I say that,
Nah.
Simon Tix just immediately realizes where he's at in the bunker and gets that elim.
I also just noticed in the feed there that Hippo picked up Shoe Nice, so them kind of camping around the corner yet again has played off for them. So they've managed to pick up more elims now just from sitting around until it, just waiting for people to walk into their traps.
Waiting to walk in. You know what I'm waiting for?
What are you waiting for?
Me finding more of these Haichu fusions. These things are probably my favorite. I'm not even gonna lie to you. I just got one.
I'm looking down in my bucket right now.
Pull one out, dude. They're probably my favorite. Wait, and did you know that Haichu is gluten-free and contains no colors from synthetic sources?
Thank you for telling me. I didn't.
Don't worry, I got you covered.
I'm just on the sours. There you go. They're banging.
Dude, the sours are pretty good too. Just as good as young Gaber here, trying to stay alive. One elimination
Maybe
on the board.
better.
Look at that mythic hammer AR. Like, if you got that in the inventory, you're probably feeling pretty comfortable.
I would hope so. Although, I don't really know what he's been doing with his ammo. He's obviously not managed to loot up that much. That is one of the things you're going to have to spend some time doing. Finding all of the ammo boxes that are around in your drop spot. As you see, Dingus has done, but unfortunately, you know, they're taking the spray of someone who has max ammo, which is Scalzi and Fades. A little bit of a miscommunicated shockwave, but they've managed to kind of tag Dingus and Blade down to almost no HP. This should be the free elims. Like, there is almost no way they lose this with such a massive HP advantage, but I'm starting to wonder why they're starting to disengage. Maybe a better angle. Oh, it's because the opponents are using a shield keg there, just trying to wrap back around. Dingus goes down, Blaze on almost no HP. That's 2 free elims, now up to 5 total.
Yeah, and if you're Scalzi and Fades, you're feeling good, right? Again, these are two players historically top of the leaderboard when it comes to collegiate events. So to see them competing in this, number one, is exciting because I know they're very, very aggressive players. Number two, it's exciting because they tend to bring a different element to the game that I don't see other teams bring, and that's exciting plays. Like, they're educated in what they do, but it almost seems like reckless plays, but they always win.
Reckless aggression. Would you suggest that potentially that they're just better than the lobby, so they're just that confident?
You know what? Honestly, it's probably the right call to say because they are that good and they show it to everybody. Even if maybe a player's better than them and they just don't realize it, their aggression throws the other player off. And I think that's one of the big things in Zero Build. If you can get the upper hand, even just slightly mentally, you're going to walk away with not only eliminations, but potentially that dub.
Yeah, absolutely. And remember what Freeze done. Remember, they won our game number 1, but unfortunately, we're using the rocket launchers, so got that game nullified down to 0 points. So we seem to be able to repeat that. Good get points in game number 2, and yet again, starting off strong in game number 3. See what they can do from far bound. This is a south zone, so it does benefit them. From here on, if they don't want to get elims, they can stay on that south side because there's going to be minimal players there. The majority of them are rotating from the north downwards. Or if they want to frag out, hell, they could just start moving towards the center of the zone.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how they play this out and how they continue to play around. But looking at the elimination feed, it does look like hyper awareness has gone down. Our game 2 winners is out here in game number 3. Unfortunate, but it's okay because they still walked away with the resub follow. Am I right?
I mean, what more can you really ask for?
That's
Thousands of dollars in prize pool. That's one thing. A massive bucket of Haichu. Amazing, undoubtedly. A resub follow on Twitter. I mean, you can't put a value on that.
You can't. That would be like.
I mean, you probably could. I mean, there's probably a value in which that would be an easy trade, but
I got you. 3 Haichu buckets.
maybe 1, maybe half of 1 at this point. You know.
Yeah, you're already stacked up enough, right? You just get another
Yeah, maybe
half
not
to hold
yet.
you over.
Yeah. Wait until like a couple days from now, and maybe that's a trade worth doing.
Are you saying you're gonna clear that bucket in a couple days?
That's what concerns me, is that I might. It's so tasty. I've just eaten so many of them that I think it might be gone in a couple days.
Look, I'm gonna be real with you. It's probably the same for us. I was thinking that. I was like, you know what? Maybe for Halloween, hook some of these kids up with some Haichu candy, right? Like, definitely one of the top candies to do during a Halloween season. And no, unfortunately, I don't think it'll make it till then.
Indeed. Mag and Tycrobs. Love the rotate. Car plus shield bubble gives me Chapter 1, Season 8, Season 9, Season X, whichever season it was vibes, you know? The ability just to rotate cleanly with that shield bubble on your vehicle. Put them into a good spot, but down on the south side. We do have a couple teams here fighting Trash alongside Anthony. Going up against Winterjack and good old No D.
Interesting. I see what they're trying to do with the peaks here from the bunkers, but number one, a little early on the usage of the bunker, right? Number two, they were overexposing so much that if Shaken Trash hit the major sniper shot, which unfortunately they got the DMR right now, so they wouldn't be able to do, it would be over. That would start the fight, and Anthony and Shaken could just easily get into that fight, and it would unfortunately be wraps for the other team. So. Yeah. You have to be super careful. While the bunker is a great way to protect yourself, you have to make sure you're not overextending.
Absolutely, and that's one of the things that we've seen a lot this season, in particular when it comes to zero builds. Players are just getting way too overcautious, or undercautious, I should say, relentless. They just keep peeking far too much, and you will get punished from that. After you've been punished 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 times, you will stop over peeking. I guarantee you that.
You definitely will. And speaking of a team that's not done, they don't care. They're going to peek. They're going to put themselves out there. And that is Skullsy and FaZe now getting the knock there onto Young, Goopster, and Trickster. They're out.
Out, down for the count. Skullsy and FaZe are the two that you said were the collegiate masterminds. Clearly doing some clear, strong work here now in the zero builds as well. Up to 7 eliminations. Cymax and Vex similarly picking up a bunch in that mid zone in Greasy right now. We're down to 18 players left remaining, 9 teams total, nearly all duos still up remaining in this zone. And let's see what this next zone pulls. East. Middle. Okay, I was wrong. Oh well.
Hey, listen, that would have been a good prediction.
Sometimes I feel like once a broadcast, I just got to do one like rogue prediction, and it's nearly always a 50-50 in 5th zone. And I'm telling you, I've got like 95% accuracy. It's just pure luck, pure luck. So you know, I'm gonna say I was thrown off because this was a 4th zone, not a 5th zone.
Yeah, I think you didn't tune into your inner arc room, right? That man
I don't think
knew how to call those zones, and oh man, sad he's gone from the Fortnite scene, but excited for players like Skullsy and FaZe to fill the void that arc room has left, because these are, again, some extremely talented players looking to continue to climb the ranks here in an event like this.
Absolutely. We'll see what he can pull off. You got to make a long rotate. Wherever floats goes down, hits the body shot. That's actually just Skullsy and FaZe who managed to pick up another one. They're using those shockwaves, I was about to say really well and aggressively, but unfortunately having to waste 2 of them as FaZe is for the 2nd time blown Skullsy far out away from him. But it doesn't seem to matter so much. They picked up those 2 elims, up to 10 total. The boulder now rolling straight towards them as well. 14 players still remain. Their inventory looking solid. Like, they're not deciding to pick up really any of the snipers, anything like that. Utility, chug splashes, AR, shotgun. Clearly it's been working out for them.
It has been working out so far, but what's not been working out here for Jack is his loss of a teammate there. Hyper awareness, unfortunately, out now. He does have a ton of utility to use, but he's quickly using it. Unfortunately, gonna run out here very soon if he's not careful. Does find himself a bush. This could end up holding him for quite some time. He does have 1 bunker remaining. Could use that to position himself here in these next few zones. And I think that's what he's saving it for.
Yeah, I think so as well. And here we go. It's kind of it's the easiest play, right? It's the most simple. Bit of Occam's razor, right? Use your mobility at the end. Use your utilities at the end. Don't use them early on. There's no point, you know? There's a principle we love to call the keep it simple, stupid, you know? And it's just when you want to use all of this kind of utility that you have for the most obvious point of the game, when you need it the most, end game, like right now. Unfortunately, Jack's used so much of his so far. He's only got a couple shockwaves left to his name. Hyper awareness has gone down at the same time, but Skullsy, FaZe still have so much left and in such a better position because they've known when to use it.
Yeah, he's definitely you got to know when to use it and when to hold it, and unfortunately for Abula, not knowing when to use it is going to cost him, as him and Truffle Boy, or Truffle Bob, potentially going to be out of this game. The shots continue to rain in. Skullsy not letting up here, as now Tough Bob is out. Cowboy Jack, though, as a solo player, still holding on despite the original pressure we saw just moments ago from Skullsy and FaZe.
Yep, Cymanix Vex still up as well, up to 11 eliminations. So 2 different duos, both equally fragging out at this moment. They're going to have to clash head to head at some point, which, you know, once the shield bubble starts to go away, they're going to be exposed a lot more. I like the split. Shockwaves down to Vex and Cymax. They can both make a play individually. Also, you can see the shield keg sitting there as well, that once they start getting shot at all, they can throw it out and kind of stay a little bit longer in that area. But no, they're actually just going to decide to use one more shield bubble, get into the next zone, rotate, start trying to hold everyone else who has to make now their way on into this zone as well.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting. You see players like Cymatex Vex, they have high eliminations right now. It's just a matter of trying to get the win here, because the win is going to be way more valuable than a few more eliminations in these final moments, and that's what's going to happen. Skullsy and Fade, same thought here. They just want to get the win. They want the victory royale. They want those major points from placement, and they want to try to finish it out strong.
Here we go. Managed to both sit in bubbles. 3 duos remaining. Where's the third player team? There they are. They could be held out just by themselves. This rock seems to be fine for Skullsy. Yet another porta bunker being laid out as well. Both teams that are at the top of the leaderboard, most eliminations, have that cover. They are able to stay away. Nick is just kind of staying away to the side right now, staying up, but oh, shockwave play comes out, misses, doesn't manage to fire Skullsy off into the zone. They're gonna have to start slowing things down yet again. I thought that might have been the play to win it, but here we go. Maybe more shockwaves? No, not yet at all.
Yeah, they're being very, very patient here. I'm not sure what they're thinking. The shockwave play needs to come out. There's no siphon in zero build. You gotta get your shots in. You gotta stay in zone. Unfortunately, 6 HP in a dream. Going to have to hold on without his teammate here. 6 HP, and I cannot stress how little that is to work with. But both shockwaves miss for Fu. Skullsy holds on, but it's not gonna be enough as Fu and Nick walk away with the victory royale in game number 3.
An unexpected finish. Nick and Fu are the team who, in my eyes, probably should have been focused a lot earlier by the 2 teams that were sitting up on that better position. But unfortunately, I mean, Skullsy's team, they didn't really put the I was gonna say, they didn't really put the cart in front of the horse. There's just not the right kind of play. They did not prioritize what they were doing there at all.
Yeah, I'm not sure. It was definitely a little bit too much time in Storm. Definitely should have prioritized trying to get in there. They had the shockwaves to do it, right? That wasn't the problem. They had the mobility to move. They probably were a little cautious of the cover that they had because they had the bunkers in that moment. But once you're taking storm damage, no amount of cover is worth it, right? You just got to shockwave in and try to figure something out as you move, especially when other players are pushing you so deep in the storm like they were there. You have to be cautious.
Yeah, I feel like all 3 of the games that we've watched so far, the kind of final 2v2, 2v2v2, whatever it has been, that last showdown in the game has been an I don't want to say a choke from some of our teams, but they definitely haven't made the plays that they should have at that moment, you know? We've seen players be way too slow with their shockwave play, not time it very well, to be separated from each other, make individual plays. But what we need to see in that final moment is teams putting in that performance, understanding this is the moment we have to strike. Any later than now, and we're just going to end up costing our whole game.
It could, and look, we get to replay that moment there from Skullsy just trying to hold on, and unfortunately not going to be able to do it. But 5 elimination victory royale, that's a pretty solid way to finish the game. But you know what else is solid? A quick break while Reese and I get to chat on some Haichu. You guys stay tuned, and we'll be right back with some updates and into the next game.
I choose to look in the mirror and say I like you. Smile as I hear it, feeling good. Waving high, choose to be you.
I choose to be true and I choose with my crew. High stepping through my high school, keeping my cool. I live by my rules, mouthful as I drew. Who needs more? I choose, guess who me? I do.
I choose to look in the mirror and say I like you. Smile as I hear it, feeling good. Waving high, choose high, choose.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Haichu Autumn Anarchy featuring Fortnite. Reese Hub and I breaking it all down for you. But before we break down this next game, we got to break down this next giveaway because we're giving away some more, you guessed it, Haichu candy in the chat. So make sure, get your fingers ready to type because the code is, drum roll please, Fruity. Make sure you're typing Fruity in the chat. It looks like Reese Hub actually going to be the first person to type it in. So get in there, folks. Get your entries in. And Reese,
I'm telling you, I was just hoping and praying that it was first come, first serve, right? I see people spelling it wrong. Double T. It's not double T. Get single T in there, guys. Come on.
No, you should actually tell them it's got 3 T's. So you are more likely
I gotta throw them off. I clearly need another bucket. I clearly don't have enough Haichu sweets at my feet right now.
Yeah, you need another 5 buckets, I think, to be honest.
It is concerning how much of this I've eaten the last 2 days.
It's just so good, dude. Honestly, it's hard to
really
separate from it. But look, I see so many incredibly talented people from the collegiate scene in here. I see Toastiest Waffles. I see you guys. I see Cut. I see Lash. I see Cowboy Jack. I see Igor. I see Egg Daddy in the chat. One of our
boy,
favorites,
our guy
from today's competition. So thank you guys. Appreciate you. Yes, I see you, Joe. But look, type in Fruity. Get your chance, your opportunity to collect on some of this incredible Haichu candy. I mean, again, this is some of, like, honestly, the best fruit flavored candy I've ever had. Normally, I'm a chocolate guy, but I'll be real with you, I'm actually enjoying Haichu more.
Wow, that's a bold claim as we move back to cams where I just have conveniently placed this bucket on my shoulder. There's just very, very conveniently placed there.
Just like wear it as its armor as I drop the Haichu off my shoulder. But listen, honestly, get your opportunity in, get your entries in. Fruity in the chat. You got a few minutes still left to get some entries in, to type away, and good luck to our winners out there, but also good luck to our players getting ready for game number 4, because it's almost time for us to dive into the next game in this competition. Now, one thing I do want to talk about before going in, remember 2 things. There are banned weapons: the goo gun, the RPG, and Reese,
the claws.
The claws.
We got them. Don't worry.
So listen, for everybody in the chat, make sure you're not using those items. If you do use those items in your game, that game will result in a 0-point game. So make sure you're not using that. Now, also on top of that, make sure you are getting some eliminations as well as your placement. I think most of the success we've seen towards the top of the leaderboard has been a result of players not only getting good top 5 performances, it's also getting a ton of eliminations to balance with that placement point. So make sure you are balancing the two. Obviously, don't get too over aggressive and find yourself overextended, but also you need some eliminations. Take some shots, take a few risks, obviously fewer risks than you need, and outplay the opponent. But eliminations are going to be key. Reese, what are you thinking going into this game for? What are some advice you can give?
I mean, some advice I think is mainly about confidence right now. What we're seeing is the top teams, they're fragging out. As you mentioned, we've seen 10, 15, maybe there's some 20, 25 elimination games in there that we've not seen so far. That shows to me confidence. If you want to get into the top 50, you want to qualify for finals tomorrow, you need that. But I am more specifically mentioning, again, I've brought it up every single game, the final situations. I know when it comes down to a 2v2, maybe a 2v2v2, depending how many players are left, tension's high, the brows get a bit sweaty. You understand Victory Royale's on the cards, the big points are there. A lot of our teams that we're seeing right now are shaking a little bit too hard, right? We're not seeing them make the plays the times they need. So for me, I'm ready to see in game number 4 a clean, concise Victory Royale this time.
Are you saying that you're not seeing enough movement?
I could potentially frame it as that. You're right.
All right. Listen, guys, you heard it here, folks, from the King Reese Hub himself. Move. Let's see some more movement here in this competition. Now, one other thing I do want to talk about. We've talked about it every single game here going into this. Make sure you're prioritizing utility. And not enough players are prioritizing getting those bunkers. While obviously it's not necessarily the easiest item in the game to find, you should still be seeking those out. So make sure you integrate anywhere into your loot path that has a higher risk of that, or a higher chance of dropping those, whether it's the vaults, whether it's general chests within your area. But it's time. Game number 4 is underway, and we're diving in here with Ashley's puppy. I believe this is the first time we're hanging out with Ashley here.
Another animal reference, something we've yet to have seen, I would say, at all across all of the names in any really of our games, I would say.
You know, listen, TTV Ashley's puppy. This is a puppy. Wait, that's an animal.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying.
Oh my god.
Oh, you're not locked in yet.
No, you know
in game
why?
3 you were on it.
Because do you know why? Because I wanted to go see Ashley's puppy live, right?
Oh,
So
okay,
with TTV in the name, like I rushed over. I'm lit.
Yeah,
like,
yeah. Are you there?
I'm there, but they're not live.
I do that every time. Anytime I see someone TTV in the name, we're casting, we're having fun. I want to see their POV. I open up, and when they're not live, I'm like, wow, who are you promoting here? You know, you're broadcasting to the world, but not broadcasting to the world.
I know. Listen, they do have a picture of a puppy in the background, so if you do want to check out an adorable puppy,
Oh, I do.
Ashley's puppy on Twitch, go check it out. But now let's dive back into the gameplay because we have players like user-7EC252153A who, while they don't necessarily have the best loadout to start, they have a lot of time to make up ground here going into this competition through Rocky Reels.
Just want to confirm that is indeed a cute dog. Just putting that one out there. Shame she's not live, but cute dog.
See, I told you. I wouldn't lie to you, Reese. I wouldn't lie.
Wouldn't. I trust you for now. Of course.
For now, right? But now, though, we focus in here with Adriana Senpai landing over your Greasy Grove. Now, again, this is one of those POIs that's been affected in the last few seasons pretty heavily. I think Greasy was one of those top POIs. We saw, obviously, the likes of Kanata and others fight for this. And it definitely made sense when they were fighting for it. But as seasons continue on, I feel like it becomes less and less valuable to land in this area of the map.
Yeah, I mean, there's been a lot of benefits down from this side. In particular, historically, Greasy's had really good rotates, and that's what over in EU, Vidil and Janice won FNCS from, right? They had a lot of access to mobility around them, a lot of rifts, and a lot of that is still also there. But at the same time, there's a lot of loot now surrounding them. So there's still teams contesting near when it comes to these kind of situations. Again, I'd still say that it's a very, very good POI, and it's why a lot of the times in these high-level competitions, you're not actually going to see that many people contest it off spawn, because it's good, but it's not amazing.
Yeah, I think it's definitely a POI that if you're contested, probably not the place to land because there's just not enough to go around here for multiple teams unless you're landing on the outskirts. Obviously, the mushrooms have a lot of benefits to them if you're landing out there, but landing directly in Greasy Grove, if there's more than one team, you might have to make the decision to separate.
Absolutely, and Yeet, no shotgun ammo at all. Yeah, he keeps pulling out that gun. I want to see... potentially, is he going to go for what I think he's going to go for? Is this going to be the no-scope play? His teammate seems to be down. However, Adrian's teammate also seems to be going down. He's playing very careful. Oh, the quick scope comes out. This isn't Call of Duty, but it's going to be the quick bloom battle between him and Adrian. The reload has to come through. It's a slow fight, undoubtedly. And at this point, he's just running out of ammo. Like, he's going to have almost nothing left to work with.
6 shots left here as he goes directly into Adrian. Huge shot comes through, and he's able to finish it with the final shot here. Now, will he be able to save his teammate? No, it's actually the NPC, the burger boss himself, who's going to keep him from getting Sipkins back in the game.
He didn't manage to get the revive off. He didn't manage to get the res off purely based on the NPC. That's phenomenal. That's what I want to see. We've seen so much NPC interaction so far in this tournament. I think that's one of the things that like just makes zero build fun, right? When you see just kind of silly stuff like that.
Yeah, you love to see it. I'll be real with you. I love those moments, and again, that's what makes zero build so special, right? I think in the standard BR, it's very, very competitive focus, which is good in its own right, but it's also fun to have a nice viewing experience with some chaotic items and chaotic moments like the NPC keeping you from resting your teammate. But speaking of chaos, I'm not no D. Back at it again there with Winter Jack, just trying to hang on, trying to stay in it here as this other team looking to use quite a bit of utility. Again, we just talked about it, guys. Stop using all your utility early. Those shockwaves are so vital for the final moments of the game.
Yeah, but Mopey Turtle, we've seen him already. Almost one of our teams who's up at the top of the leaderboards. He's been using that utility early, but it's been working out in terms of eliminations. Not necessarily been going as deep into the games that they need to, but hey, you know, I can't say when it's not working. They're up there on top of that leaderboard, and they're there for a reason, because they're wiping the floor with some of these other teams.
They definitely are. Look, the consistency from a lot of these teams is impressive, and there it is. One of the players from chat, it's Joe. Joe has definitely been looking for the follow from Resub. If you missed it in chat, he asked. He said, "If I win a game, will I get a follow from Resub?" Reese agreed. So now, Joe, balls in your court, man. Do you win game number 4?
I mean, we're in the same lobby. We're spectating. They've got it all locked down and loaded. They better pick the Vic Roy. As I said, that resub follow is worth its weight in gold.
Or high
to like 4 people.
And Joe might be one of those people. I'm going to be honest with you.
I think he might be. I hope so, you know?
Well, yeah, if he's going to get the follow, might as well be, right? But now locking in with the Ranger shotgun. And I want to get your thoughts here. Because when the Ranger shotgun came out, I feel like a lot of people, especially in the zero build community, they leaned towards it. They said, you know what? This might be the consistent shotgun for us to rock. What are your thoughts on the Ranger shotgun, both in standard BR and zero build?
So I messed a lot with this before zero build was out, right? It was in pubs, I think in chapter 3, season 1 or 2, one of those two. Before it was in competitive, it wasn't there. It was just in the regular pub mode. I messed around with it a lot, and it is a satisfying weapon, right? It's a weapon that's high damage. So like you can get some of those really nice old style kind of clips with it with a big damage. But the thing is, if you don't have good aim, don't use it. Because if you miss that one shot, it's almost completely over for you. Because it takes quite a while to reload. So you're not going to have another opportunity to take a pump shot. So you have to have like a switch weapon to be able to just kind of follow up with if you miss that one big shot.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I think it can actually be that way. So we'll see unfolding here, though. It's Ashley's puppy. I wonder how Ashley puppy plays on the sticks. Do you think they're a controller player?
I'm watching the movement. I'm trying to. That's usually the go-to to figure out like how do they move, how do they slide. You know, what's the freedom of movement? What's the freedom of vision look like? If you see, usually I can tell if they walk to the right while they edit. I'm like, that guy's on controller, right? Or that gal in this case. Right now, zero build. Can't tell though.
I'm watching for the short form content that says, "Hi, I'm Ashley's puppy, and I'm live right now as a puppy playing Fortnite. Come check it out."
Playing with Ashley's baby as well. That's the team.
Oh my gosh, Ashley's puppy live playing with Ashley's baby live.
Yeah.
But they're not live. I'm
Ashley's
sorry,
got
guys.
a good support system around her.
Either the baby or the puppy. There's no in between.
Yeah. Oh, but again, that support's unfortunately not doing so much for them as baby starts to get tagged up big time here. Got one of the top players in our leaderboard. I think second overall right now is going to take down Ashley number 1. Second one, number 2, starting to get tagged up too. The 58 starts to connect, and there's nothing that they can do about it. That support system, unfortunately, meaningless in this moment when one of our top teams starts to run a rampage through you.
Yeah, I mean, it's starting to crumble now here, folks, as Cut and Boost are on the hunt. Again, this is one of the premier collegiate teams that we've talked about here throughout this entire competition, which explains why they're up there towards the top of the leaderboard. And it continues to remain pretty hype for a lot of these other teams just trying to stay in it as well. We got Queen Elsa holding on here for dear life. And I'm surprised Anna's not around because usually that's when Elsa's most effective.
What's Fire's teammate's name?
You're funny, man. D's over here is lacking behind, also lacking in social awareness for names. Going to be rotating towards Keith here, though. Keith, it does look as a solo player, potentially losing his teammate as Fire pushing forward. Does have great utility to play the remainder of this game out, but if he's not careful, he could get caught out.
You could get caught out by saying his name too. Everyone's got to be careful around in these parts.
Careful's the name of the game, folks, as now we switch over to a much better name in Lucky Sun Gray, trying to get in connection with his teammate here, but taking quite a bit of damage. Now going to have to shockwave, using his final shockwave in the inventory, taking a continued amount of damage here as when Dinos ruled is showing how aggressive the Dinos really were, going now looking for Gray. Does realize he's potentially over on the opposite side of this ridge, does potentially connect with him. He sees him trying to push around the tree is Gray, but will he be able to survive? Very little HP in a dream as Dino now focuses in.
This is what he's been doing every single game. We saw game number 2. I think this is one of the teams who had at least double-digit eliminations back then. Dino being a huge part of that. I think 8 to himself, just mercilessly tracking down opponents like Lucky Gray, who I'm honestly quite surprised has managed to stay up alive this long. He's popped a mini, but now the full pinch comes out. User picks up the easy elimination. That's another one on the board now for Dino and User.
Another one on the board, and another one bites the dust as these games continue to play out here as when Dinos ruled, looking pretty sharp with this inventory. I'm actually impressed. You see the Ranger shotgun, like you were talking about, the value in there, us talking about the hammer AR and the value within that weapon, but also that utility. Chug Splash is arguably the best heal to have in zero build, and then on top of that, having some shield bubbles as well as bunkers. That's a good way to play this game out.
Absolutely. You know, one of the things I've actually been most interested in is a lot of our zones have been relatively south here. So for a lot of the teams that we have rotating, you know, a lot of those have been dropping down in the condo area. We've seen so many fights down there, and clearly it's working out for them. But simultaneously, we've seen so many guys like Busa and Coot who are just rotating anywhere, and anyone who is in their path is going to get wiped over. They're teams who survive and thrive in areas where players are more like the congested side of that zone.
Yeah, and it's interesting to see where this is playing out because I'll be honest with you, this is probably my least favorite end game to be in as a player, but probably the most exciting end game for me as a caster because I love watching the chaotic moments happen just outside the statue and over the water.
You know, right here is where the first game of zero build I ever played ended.
Really?
Right in this particular moment. It was a win, of course.
Of course.
Well.
A resub doesn't
win.
lose.
I do a lot, but in this occasion, I actually didn't, however. So, yeah, I'm with you. It was a fun one, though.
Yeah, listen, it's fun when you come out on top, but when you don't, I'm blaming the zones. I'll be real with you. It wasn't me. I'm the best caster player in the world, but I only die to zones. That's it.
Undoubtedly. And I've actually, very interesting point. You know, we've been talking about Boost and Coot are able to get a bunch of elims repeatedly, how they are kind of top players really in the lobby or in any of these lobbies that we've seen, of course, because the players are kind of changing in and out here. And one of the things they were doing there, just slowly shooting bushes, right? All of those players, most of them are just going to be sitting around hiding like Joel, like we see here. And just taking small little shots like that can kind of give you that awareness because you might get a little tag on someone in there, which then allows you to just have that understanding. Hey, there's a team sitting here. Let's not open ourselves to that angle. Let's not walk right past it.
Yeah, let's not walk past it as Cut and Boost both have a pretty solid spot there on top of the statue, but they're going to have to move. Unfortunately, they're not going to be able to maintain it, but with that natural ability to fly and redeploy from the statue, you should find solid positioning moving forward. But for Elgor and Germo TTV, this team has been an interesting one to watch. I feel like we've gone through roller coasters with this particular team, and that roller coaster doesn't seem to stop because they've got a few eliminations on the board. They've got a solid loadout, but unfortunately they find themselves in probably one of the toughest positions rotation-wise.
Yeah, if you remember back to game number 1, it was Germo who was alive as a solo with 3 duos remaining. So obviously a little bit mistake from Gore to go down very early. They made an overly aggressive play. So now that we're down into another end game for them, I want to see them stick together. I want to see them use that teamwork. And I want to see both of them up alive picking up a dub.
I do as well. I want to see them find some success here in this game. But Cut is going to go down. Boost are going to be able to clean up the second firing range shot there, but Cut is down. He is going to have to get his teammate back in this game. The bush probably the best play, but unfortunately doesn't have too much time as the zone will soon be closing in.
Yep, should be an easy little heal up for him, revive. There's only a couple players left around. One's already hiding in a bush. The rest of them already situated onto this island. 15 players total. Notice where this zone is going, though. Ton of water, two main islands, one up to the right and that one small slither of land down in the bottom. Now, there is not much area for them to sit in at all. The bunkers are going to be absolutely massive here. You can see in the top left, we have 15 players left remaining. When this zone closes, I think that's going to start to dwindle down to 10, 9, 8, 7. This is when the action's about to start happening.
The action is getting ready to unfold here. The shots are raining in. This is the biggest thing that I think people are underutilizing. If you have the assault rifle ammo, you have the sniper ammo, you need to be ripping these walls apart here on these porta bunkers, because the last thing you want to do is give another team an advantage going into these final moments. So players, or viewers, if you're listening and you love Zero Build and you see a porta bunker built in these final moments, aim for the walls. Take those bad boys out, because the last thing you want to do is let these teams have any advantage on you.
Absolutely. And guys like Busa don't even care about that. They don't even need the pressure. They just want to land straight on top, hit the max 180 damage onto Joe. Unfortunately, not getting the Victory Royale or the Twitter follow at that point, but maybe still getting a lot of points on the leaderboard in the qualification for tomorrow. We'll have to wait and see, of course. But this is some of the crucial plays that these players are making now, because they were able to knock down some of those walls. Vex gets a bunch of big tags onto that opponent, weakens them, and here comes the shockwave play out, but no, the shotgun shot misses. He also gets shockwave back into his own, straight into a rift. What are the chances of that? But switching back over to Busa, up to 10 elims for him, 3 for Cut. That's 13 total.
That may be the luckiest shockwave into zone I've ever seen in my life. Same. But I mean, look, if it had to happen to anybody, I'm glad it happened to them, because they are such a talented team. And for them to get shockwaved out like that, that could have been a bad ending to game number 4. But with Cut and Busa still on the hunt, on the prowl, looking for any eliminations they can get, you need to be careful if you're a remaining player in this lobby, because they are not about to let up.
Absolutely. That next zone shows it's onto the island. We've seen all of the chaos go on to Max and Vex still back together after their treacherous plays that we've seen earlier. But now they're starting to make that push onto the other team who's sitting in. It's Professor Havoc alongside the real Alicat, sitting hiding on a right-hand peak, trying to keep away from everyone as much as they possibly can. But this is actually such a good angle to take, because if you go into this place, you have to walk straight on the right-hand peak. I'm totally wrong, because there's a door right behind him. Max takes the big pump, and he's now picked up as well, so that leaves Alicat left alive as a solo, but they have no clue where he is. So wonder if he can maybe pick up a potential few more placement points.
Yeah, but now looking at the way that the zone is pulling, if you're cutting Busa, despite getting several eliminations, despite being in the top position, or one of the top positions here in the leaderboard, you now have to make a choice, and you have to make a choice fast, because this zone is not pulling in your favor. Ooh. But the shockwave play actually coming out. He's looking to actually shockwave some of these players into zone, but unfortunately not going to be able to find some success here in the first 2 shockwaves. But the fights continue on, though, because Vex, Simontex find another player, and they end up getting the real Cat.
Yeah, Alicat goes down. No fakers in this. We've got Busa, User still up in it. Cut. Some of the base top teams we've got on our full-on leaderboard still left in this, in the 3v3 situation. One goes down, that's User. Busa picking another one. Cut hits another shot there, but no, whiffs some the follow-up. Busa now left as a solo, or against, well, a solo, another duo, potentially if that other team manages to get their rise up. This could just be a 1v1v1 situation, but no, I'm sorry, mistaken. Vex is in this as a full duo, but the land is slowly starting to minimize away, so some of these shockwave plays are going to have to be made. Landing in the bubble shields outside in the water, trying to swim his way around, and Dinos unfortunately is probably going to be picked up right out of the sky, but somehow Vex and Max just missing every single shot. Busa could clutch this up as a solo. He's shockwaving mad everywhere. Vex up now into the sky as well. Can they find the shots? Here we go. He's managed to connect him, and now it's just a 2v1.
A 2v1 to finish it all off here, as Vex almost literally clutching away from an elimination, almost getting eliminated there, getting pushed into the rift, now flying back into the game, flying back into the hearts of the audience as Simontex, Vex, hold on, a 2v1 situation against When Dinos Ruled. Again, another top name in these games, and it looks like they could potentially see where he's at. He needs to make a play. Dino needs to use these shockwaves. He needs to try to get into the fight, and Vex just continues to connect a big, massive shot there, but it all comes down to this one shot in this game, and that shot has now come through.
Fantastic gameplay from Vex and Cymags. They put themselves on the power positions, on the only piece of land that ended up being in zone. Every other team comes to them. You know, an Ants An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. And them being in the best position is absolutely, undoubtedly what won them that game.
It is, and man, what a game it was. We had just non-stop action start to finish there for these collegiate players. Now, I gotta say, I can't not harp on this or talk about this enough. That shockwave into Storm, into the Rift, saved that team. Not only saving them, getting them more points in general, but getting them the victory royale.
That right there is the highlight play. I don't want to save his career because, you know, I don't want to talk him down too much. Maybe he's got some crazy montage clips out there we've just not seen, but the chances of being shockwave straight out into zone, landing in a rift, landing down below and winning the game, unbelievable.
Yeah, unbelievable indeed. But honestly, another performance we got to talk about, it's Busa and Cut. The eliminations they were able to put up there in the final moments, while not necessarily getting the victory royale, they were able to get solid placement in the top 3 and walk away with 14 eliminations.
Huge.
Like, that is just insane to see unfold.
Unbelievable. Alicant going down there. See him, of course, in the chat, and also, unfortunately, going down the game, but massive, huge points for them as well. And, you know, once we eventually check out our leaderboards later on, I'm sure that game going deep into it will give them a bunch of placement.
It will, but we won't be able to know until we get back from a quick break. So make sure to stay tuned, and we'll be right back.
I choose to look in the mirror and say I like you. Smile as I hear it, feeling good. Waving high to choose to be you.
I choose to be true and I choose with my crew. High stepping through my high school, keeping my cool. I live by my rules, mouthful as I drool. Who needs more? I choose, guess who me? I do.
I choose to look in the mirror and say I like you. Smile as I hear it, feeling good. Waving high to choose, high to.
Yeah, like a fully produced
Yeah,
song
that's crazy.
about high. We're back, everybody, to the Haichu Anarchy, our Autumn Anarchy featuring Fortnite. And not only are we back, Resub and Panda here, we're also back with a giveaway for you all in chat. Now, chat, you know the vibes, you know the deal. 5 buckets being given away today. So get ready to type that code because it is time, folks. And the code is none other than High-Chew yet again. So make sure you're typing in High-Chew in the chat right now for your opportunity to be in this competition. I see it. Resub, Conero,
I still beat him to it.
Eat churros. It's
Connor's
done.
in here.
I see y'all. I see y'all trying to go for this bucket. I'm gonna be real with you. I got this bucket next to me. This thing is a banger. You are going to want to get involved in this. So if you're in this chat right now, I better see 170 people typing High-Chew right now.
Absolutely. I told you. I said at the start of this show that this stuff is so good that even the border patrol ended up trying to dig into it. My lid has a hole in it because they've cut into it. I would like the storyline to say because it's so good they wanted to take some, but realistically I think they were just checking it was legal. But still, let's run with the storyline that it's so tasty they had to get some.
They definitely did. And look, I'm excited, right? Like, I'm gonna be real with you. I'm not the type of person that goes out of my way to bring candy in the house. But now after having Haichu here, I'm gonna be real. It's not going anywhere, and this is gonna be a staple. I'm gonna have like a bowl. Remember like when you go to your grandparents' house, they have that bowl of candy on the little dining room table. That's gonna be me. I'm gonna have a bowl of Haichu.
See, I always didn't understand those bowls because in my house, or I'll just say with my appetite, you just go. I will take that bowl and just sit it on my desk. It's just gonna be gone. It's just gonna be eaten, and that's kind of what's happening with this bucket right now.
Yeah, I'm gonna be real. It's happening with mine too, and I got mine like 24 hours ahead of you, so you can imagine where it's at. But we want to update you on the standings, give you kind of an idea of where some of these teams fall here on the leaderboard, because realistically, that's what they're competing for. They're competing for an opportunity to qualify onto tomorrow's Autumn Anarchy Finals. And up there at the top, unsurprisingly, is Cut and Busa. Again, one of those top teams here in the collegiate space. But another team I didn't realize competing, it's Frosty and Mellow. This is, again, another collegiate team who find a lot of success in these events. So I'm not surprised to see these two at the top. But if you're Dub and Jerry, if you're Bumble Melts and Bryn, you're going to be clawing for that top spot. Going into this next game, trying to think about, hey, how do I get the 20, 30, 40 points even that I'm going to need to take over the top spot?
Yeah, and Cut and Busa obviously put on a fantastic performance, being in the lead by 14 points. That is an absolutely massive game. Of course, they won that final game there. I think it was, what was it? Quick mental math, 19 elims or something like that. So that was a massive game for them. I was actually expecting in 9th place, Dino and User to be a little bit higher because we've seen them game after game always have a bunch of eliminations. So I was thinking, okay, maybe they're going to be up, but they're not able to get themselves that deep into the games. Remember, placement is so important. 25 points for total win. So if you're fragging out, but like these guys are, that's great. But you also need to make sure you're getting that first, second, and third.
You definitely do. When it comes down to it, it's about the consistency across the board, not just one or the other, not just eliminations, not just placement, but a consistent play style that results in points in both categories. So finding that balance is going to be huge for these teams. We already know Pat Busa, they found that balance. They've found success, and they continue to show why they're such a talented collegiate team. But for teams like King or like A Beast and a TISM Legend, they're going to need to pick up the pace here going into these final 2 games.
Yep. Well, we've seen a lot of animals in the names. Didn't expect to see a tamer. He's obviously managed to tame his teammate as well. He also is clearly a beast. We'll see what they can do in the overall standings, in the leaderboard. Can they manage to keep themselves up? I think I've seen their names at all in this tournament so far, so maybe they've been in a lobby that we've not watched. Maybe they've been fragging out when we haven't been seen, and maybe they've just been going down off spawn in every game. Who knows?
Yeah, who knows? But we're going to find out because we're tuning in with them live right now. But they are on the far south side of the map. Does look like they're going to have to rotate a decent amount. You see how straight that line is? That tells me that zone pulled far north.
Yeah, that's away from where these guys are right now. So luckily for them, you don't need to loot that much in zero build, so they can just grab what they need, start on moving, because they do need to get out of here at this particular moment. we'll see some of those teams that are higher on up in the kind of tilted that we've been seeing fighting game after game after game are in a significantly better position. Similar to some of our top teams who are currently dropping around the north side of the map. This definitely benefits them, as we've seen Queen Elsa as well. Struggling with I think the basics of the hill have been the problem. They've also managed to get a knock onto Lasagna. Up at the top, Cargo managed to get the refresh. Queen managing to push up now. That's certainly the controller aim we've seen so far. Shot after shot hit, and there we go. Cargo picks up Elsa.
Yeah, listen, Mr. Meeseek sending some players back to the lobby here, and okay, interacting with some NPCs. I will say, as far as Fortnite goes, when it comes to these like small story NPCs, they're always incredible, right? Like these guys have
Definitely.
been moving around the map for what, like 2-3 seasons, just chilling. Like during the summer, they were driving around in a car. Now they're chilling on a hill doing yoga. Like,
Oh, these guys. Oh, this is the teabag of the century right now. I think from Cargo though.
ooh,
Really disrespecting the NPCs up there. I gotta say.
listen, don't be disrespecting the NPCs now. You can't be doing that.
Put that away.
Put that away, but keep that sniper out because those headshots are lethal. Making sure that you have the opportunity to get some of those one-shot headshots is going to be vital to some of these players' success. I mean, 2 eliminations on the board is a great start, but I'm gonna be real with you. When we tuned in with the Danimal and his teammate, I'm pretty sure at this point he had like 27 elims, 28. So you're gonna have to start picking it up here, folks.
Yeah, absolutely. Another Cargo. Seem to have a lot of shipments in this lobby. Along with the shed. Now looking to get a snipe. This could be the one. Ooh, that was inches away. That was a wind breath would have pushed that into headshot damage there. And unfortunately for the other team, they're just free pickings right now. They're out in the open. Every single one of these bullets is almost a centimeter away. I'm going through metric. I'm going through imperial. Every single different measurement scheme you can think of. That's still how close it was for every single snipe shot here.
Yeah, super close. But I mean, listen, close doesn't win you games. That's why Thomas HD is as good as he is, man, because it's not about close with him. It's about landing.
Most important thing we'll see for Gogurt alongside the Shed TV. Might have to do another check here. Shed TV is indeed not live. Very disappointing. Another disappointment. That's 2 for 2 right now, Panda. I'm kind of sad.
Hey, listen, you know what? It happens, right? But don't be sad, Reese. It's okay. We have Haichu.
We do. I won't for much longer because I'm going to eat it all, though.
Hey, listen, you need to start saving some, man, because, see, like, I can go to the store, right? I can go to 7-Eleven, Walmart, Target, Kroger. Like, I can go to these places and pick up some more Haichu. You, on the other hand, you might struggle a little bit.
In the UK, I'm missing out. Missing out here.
Crazy. It's like mango Pepsi all over again for you.
Oh, don't even begin. Don't even start me. Don't even get me started.
Oh man, but no. Now we focus in on Skullsy and Fades, one of our top teams, top 5 team right now going into this game, and for good reason. They're aggressive. We talked about how talented they are as fighters and how their confidence level tends to throw other teams off, and I think that's what we're going to see here as Skullsy now diving in. His teammate, I believe, close by. I'm not entirely sure, but if you're a tree over here, you're going to definitely want to get away from this because Skullsy is no joke.
So he's been up here repeatedly. We've always seen him mid-map, game after game, managing to take the angles that he possibly can from the high point above. Grenade goes in, Grenda goes down. Single Elam. Sammy now, similar thing. Easy picked up. That's 2 on the board for Gray. Grafton. It's going to be a nice one for the leaderboards then. Switching back to Skullsy. Yeah, again, like we mentioned, they've obviously got full control over this mid area of the map. Their long-range aim is really, I was going to say nice. You know, we've seen it in previous games, previous everything, but right there, that was a lot of 0-0-0s.
Hey, you know what? Listen, not every shot's going to connect here. Reese, you and I know that more than probably any player in Fortnite history.
Hold on.
But as we say it, though, hold on, wait a minute. Somebody has started to connect here some shots. And Skullsy now, being the aggressive player that he is not going to let this player escape. He knows he's 1 HP. He knows he's weak. And he knows he has a finite amount of time to get this cleaned up. And he gets it as MK Lotta 7 is now back in the lobby.
That's an easy one for him. The beams eventually comes out. You know, sometimes you're just aiming at the target. You don't necessarily need to aim at the head. You don't need to aim at the bullseye. As long as you aim at the board, you're good enough. Maybe that first time, a couple misses. Maybe you just pinpoint, trying to get the headshot, trying to get the dink a little bit too much. Then he said, I'm just going to beam me out this guy. Easy targets for me.
Hey, listen, target practice. That's why you aim train, folks. That's why you spend that time in creative, getting your shots in, getting your practice in, because you want to be able to connect those rather difficult shots like we saw there from Skullsy, but some less difficult shots now connecting here for L1 Ricks onto a player just rotating out of Storm. Now another player getting caught off guard. It's actually his teammate and just trying to survive here. It's Lindstrom gonna go down. L1 Ricks now looking for his teammate there in the distance. Doesn't really see him. Isn't able to connect those desperately needed shots to finish up this duo. But it's Ironic Pig going to hold on, going to try and stay alive here against Milk and L1.
I just want to add that I've seen 3 more animals in names. We've got Ironic Pig, I've seen Crab, and we have a hawk as well. I think I've literally seen 15 names that are animals.
I saw Grafton right there in the elimination.
You thought it was giraffe?
I thought it was giraffe for a second.
Thing.
I was like, we're talking animals, man. Instantly, that's what I'm going to think. But unfortunately for Grafton, going to go back in the lobby. Also, Taskin break. Unfortunate into this game, and only 1 game remains after. But remember, folks, only your top 5 games out of the 6 count towards the leaderboard. So right now, if this is a bad game for you, maybe it's your first bad game, maybe it's your 4th. Who knows, right? Remember, it's your top 5 games that are going to reflect onto the leaderboard. So that's what's going to be important at the end of the day. But for teams like Battlehawk, like Wolf here, they need to put a little bit of a wolf in their step and get moving. They need some elims here to carry back into the top 10 of the leaderboard, because that's what all these other teams like Skullsy and Fades are trying to do now.
Absolutely. We've also got the 2 elims so far. What's interesting about them is the zone starts to pull south, yet they're on the north side. They're getting to this car, but similarly, we know they're trying to look for elims, and a lot of the players will be along this north side of the zone. So when they start to rotate down the south, chances are they're going to come across some other players. You can see some back in the zone on the map at the bottom right there. I'm sure there'll be more en route, and this allows them to get a bunch more eliminations. It's one of the ways that you can find the congested side of the zone and use that to your advantage. There's going to be players there on this rotate, so if you're a really strong fighter, a W keyer, you can use this just to ensure you get those high elims.
Yeah, you can use it. And you know what's interesting? We got to talk about the hollow chests a little bit more, because we haven't really spent too much time in the last few games discussing the effectiveness of the hollow chests. For those at home that don't know, with this new update that rolled out in the last few weeks, we now have the addition of hollow chests. These bad boys, all you need is 1 key to enter. You pull out whatever gun is listed in the hollow chest above, and it's usually a top tier weapon, whether it's a legendary variant of a weapon like a prime shotgun, could be an epic variant, also could be an exotic variant. Now, if you do find an exotic variant of a weapon, it might take 2 keys to open, but still definitely worth and definitely easier for a lot of these players to prioritize. So if you're landing at a POI and you see any of those hollow chests in your area, make sure to give it a look.
Yeah, you need vault keys to open them, of course, and you see some right on the floor there. So Outrage or Gumba knows that they have one at least in their inventory. So if they come across some of these hollow chests, they can open them up and definitely update a lot of their loot that they have right now. Of course, they've got gold. I was going to say gold. Apparently, I'm colorblind. They've got blue. They've got some greens in there. That can be updated to some golds. Here we go. As we say, potentially getting the purple AR. So that's a nice 1 rarity upgrade.
See, and that's exactly what you need to do, right? Identify the hollow chest, see what you need upgraded, what prioritize what you think is going to be best here in zero build. And to be fair, the assault rifle usually the go-to weapon to upgrade, because you don't really want to be getting face-to-face with somebody when you can't defend yourself with a build. And in zero build, guess what? You don't have those walls. You're not creating any kind of structure for yourself. So it's definitely going to be the play to go for the assault rifle, go for those range weapons, because they're going to provide a lot more value than the typical shotgun will.
Yeah, I really like what we're seeing from the Shed and Cargo, still simultaneously sitting up on the highest point of the map, right? Still yet again up on this balloon. We saw a very similar zone to this earlier, and they're center zone. So any rotate they get, they're in a good spot. However, we saw obviously guys like Skulls way still up on the north. They're still looking for elims, like I mentioned earlier. They're staying on that congested side of that zone and taking those fights that they know they can win.
They are. Outrage and Gumba. This team is interesting one. Outrage has spent quite a bit of time building a name for himself within the zero build scene, not just the collegiate scene, zero build in general. He's one of those names that come to the top of mind when you think zero build pros, whether it's the Pilkey, Jaith, Ben K, Fluger, Rotten Twinkies. You're also thinking about Outrage.
Resub.
Resub, yeah, resub, the best. You know, I'm gonna say this now because you know, you and I, we always have that NA versus EU conversation.
Yeah.
When it comes to zero build, man, NA I think tops them.
Yeah, outside of the fact that EU teams win the NA tournaments.
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm talking zero building, and I'm talking.
Yeah, you're forgetting that Queasy's team exists.
Listen, whoa, Queasy. You know what happens? See, when that ping is higher, you can't hit Queasy as much. So that's why I'm gonna call it there. But NA is better than EU. All right, now back into the Shed here, as Shed looking to connect some shots there onto some unsuspecting players down below, and that's the best spot to find yourself in. You see these players rotating. There's nothing they can really do to defend themselves unless they get a sniper. But even those sniper shots are difficult to hit when you're located on the top of a balloon like that. But shots that are not difficult is Oliver connecting a nice little lever shot there to finish this up. Does end up taking out Astradoodle, another impressive name here in the Greasy Grove spot. Now his teammate looking to dive down and try to get his teammate back in. Maybe not try to get his teammate back in as he rotates directly away. He says, you know what? Listen, I'm sorry, Astradoodle. I'm going to have to leave you.
Absolutely. And what I find interesting about that is the fact that he accidentally bounced himself off of one of the rubber tires there, which fired him back into zone, which meant he just had no clue where that opponent was. And obviously that allowed a nice little right-hand peek there to clean up a pretty easy, we'll say, elimination for him.
Yeah, and you know what? Listen, those easy elims, I'll take the points,
I'll
right?
take-
Oh, but man, talking about not taking the points is Juicy Joel, unfortunately out of here, as Duckarudis is going to be able to clean it up. And playing with, is that K. Simon?
I'm just calling him Simon.
That's the well, KSI Simon, isn't that the Sidemen relationship name for KSI and Mini Minter?
You're asking a UK man, but the problem is here, I'm a Scotsman, not an Englishman. So I'm
hit up
separated
Levin.
away. Yeah. Help Levin. Yeah. I think the audience here is a little bit separated. I think. I'm unfortunately can't answer that.
Well, you know what? Listen, do some homework. The next time we cast together next year, this time of year.
Yeah. Next year. Yeah.
We'll come back to the conversation. But now we focus in on another player. I actually had the opportunity to meet him. It is Toastius Waffles. So
That's
he is
good.
a controller player. I watched him play at DreamHack Dallas. He found some success. He didn't necessarily qualify to the top of the leaderboard, especially against the players like Day, Snacky, Reet, Epic Whale. But he did find a lot of success playing in the games. However, in collegiate modes, he's found himself creeping into the top 10 more and more in recent months. So I'm excited to see him play in an event like this and seeing how he can do, as he's now, him and his teammate have been able to clean up a pretty top team. It is actually Duckarudis and KS Simon, that team we were just talking about moments ago.
Yeah, I think this experience that you're talking about is starting to show here, because they were really careful here. They didn't make the mistake of just walking straight in through that door when we obviously previously saw another player go down to that camping strategy up on top of it. These guys, they're experienced. They're not going to make a rookie mistake like that. They took their time. They opened. They checked the angles, and it benefited them. 2 eliminations. If they hadn't done that, they just rushed in, they would have ended up like our old friend that we just saw go down before that.
They could have, and that would not have been the way to end it, to be fair. But Robbie Rex, Stud Master Flex, I like how the names rhyme. I didn't even think about it until I said it, and I'm like, okay, wait a minute. Now we're gonna make
how
Christmas,
happy you were with that.
A Christmas rock or a rap album with all these rhymes. But Outrage and Gumba on the high ground and on the hunt. They realize that Toastius Waffles and his duo are here. They hear the footsteps or see the notification via that visual audio, but unfortunately they're going to lose the advantage that they had. But as I say that, they end up knocking fades, and Toastius Waffles fades, unfortunately, out of here as Outrage picks up his now 6th elimination.
That's just a classic pinch right there. We saw Gumba taking a bunch of the fire, a bunch of the angles, a bunch of that aggression from those teams down below, and then Outrage with a quick little sprint around the backside there just to shoot them when they were not paying attention. These kind of pinches is what top level duos do. Be it builds, zero builds, early game, mid game, late game. Every single pinch like that is absolutely crucial and by far the easiest way to get eliminations.
It is definitely the easiest way, but it's not the most rewarding way. Like, where's the shockwave no scopes that we were asking for, guys? Like, I know you got it in you. Who's got a sniper right now?
I'm not gonna lie, this is some username. Oh. The goat goes down, unfortunately.
The goat
Picked up from long range. Another animal.
Unicorn's
down.
an animal, right?
Yeah, no. I'm losing count of how many animals we've seen here.
A hawk?
And that's this different hawk. There's two of them, actually.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah. Zoe. Unfortunately, also getting picked up there. This is another case that I've seen. Like, Tadkins is in such a good position, right? This is the power position. This is kind of the top mid if you're playing some of these pre-ers, what you'd reference this position as. And they have just free reign all the way down below to the point that they've knocked Zoe, and even they've managed to get the res off because they're just playing so slowly. Now, should they have jumped down there? Probably not, because they have no clue how many other teams are surrounding that could have just absolutely wiped the floor with them when they're already in the best spot in the game.
They are, and we're looking at these remaining teams. We're looking at the possible threats here for Unicorn and Tadkins, and the big one that comes to mind is, you saw it, it's Skullsy and his teammates. Still in this game, him and Fades just down below, and it looks like they found themselves in a crevice of some sort, which is going to keep them out of the action as long as possible. But once the action unfolds, they're going to be the aggressors. They're going to be the ones going for the eliminations. They're not going to wait for you to peek and make a mistake. No, they're going to be the ones that make you make that mistake and ultimately send you back to the lobby.
Yeah, and I say I'm mistaken because the Shed and Cargo are actually in the best position. They have been up on top of the balloon up there since third zone. Actually, I think since second zone. They are basically dropped in this area, got up so early, and I've had some great zone RNG. So this is just 3 points for them. Hopefully their ammo's plentiful so they can win out the game. But right now, they're at least trying to secure a top 2.
Yeah, I mean, they've saved a ton of material up there too, Reese.
They have indeed. I think you're thinking about the wrong game here.
Wait a minute.
Wrong game mode.
Listen, I mean, utility. Yeah, utility.
Well, that's what they
material.
actually have. They've the tons. They are stacked in their inventory down below. This could be a game, Unicorn versus them up on high ground. Everyone else is just playing so slow, so scared in a sense. There's so many solos, so many people down low on HP. But because Unicorn and Tadkins are sitting in this vault, they just have all this extra shield left over. The shield kegs that can be thrown down. Hold up on top. We have some absolute changes of pace. Cargo now getting pushed by Slotsky and Fades. They're looking to get the res, but Cargo's dropped all the way down. That might actually be able to get them up and could win them the game. Cargo's, of course, lost his teammate. Will he be able to get the res off? But no, Cargo's lands off the shot, missed. They start to connect with the AR shot. Yes, he's gone down, and Fades should be able to get the res off now and be back in the game. 12 elims, and they're up on the best position in the match as well.
They win this. There's no doubt in my mind that Skullsy and FaZe now walk away with the victory royale. They have the positioning, they have the loadout, they have the utilities, everything they could possibly need to walk away with the victory royale.
They have to try shockwave themselves, not into the zone though. They have to find a place to land here. They're limited on time that they can stay up here. They've gone up into the sky. The shockwaves come out. Should be down. No, that's the shield bubble throwing. What a great play to land on. Unicorn Man, Tadkin still in the best spot. They're trying to clean up everyone else down below while Fades and Stolsky just stays in the hill. Up in the sky, Stankdom goes from a shockwave. Yep, that's him picked up too. Now 2v2v1. Churros on the right-hand peak as Fade starts trying to heal, but no, they've got nothing left in the inventory. Their shield bubbles start to go away. Comes out. Churros is down. It's a 2v2 situation left. Minimal HP left remaining. The shockwave comes out, throws up into the sky. Fades, no HP, no life. He's down. Slowski, now a solo. Can he manage to clutch this one up? More shockwaves come out. More chug splashes. The heals on their favor. The shots connect. Slowski goes down. Unfortunately for him, he's not going to win, but Unicorn Man and Tadkins pick up the victory royale from their great positioning for basically the majority of the game.
Hey, listen, from one animal to another, a great win there for Unicorn Man and Tadkins. Honestly, a great finish too. You saw the shockwave play in the finish there onto Fades, making it a 2v1 situation, which ultimately turned the game in their favor. Despite, again, Skullsy and Fades had everything you could possibly need to finish that out with the win, and just couldn't, unfortunately, close it out. And it be like that sometimes, Reese.
It does. He did what I asked for, though. The aggression and the confidence. He ended up going up on top of that balloon. Remember, our top team, our power position, had just been holding that there from pretty much all the way from second to third zone, and they'd gotten there all the way up into that fifth zone. They just cruised their way on. And Skullsy made a really ballsy play to jump up, make sure he goes all the way up onto that high ground. Says, if we want to win this game, we've got to make this play. We've got to go up. We've got to get the best spot on the map.
Yeah, I mean, look, at that moment when Skullsy picked up that elim there up on the balloon, I was convinced, right? And I even said it to you. I was like, man, I think he cleans it up. I think he takes it. But, you know, listen, anything changes, anything goes here in Fortnite. And that's what makes Fortnite so exciting to watch. But before we can get back to watching some more Fortnite action, we got to cut to a quick break. So make sure to stay tuned. We'll be right back.
I choose to look in the mirror and say I like you. Smile as I hear it, feeling good. Waving high to choose to be you.
I choose to be true and I choose with my crew. High stepping through my high school, keeping my cool. I live by my rules, mouth full as I drool. Who needs more? I choose. Guess who me? I do.
I choose to look in the mirror and say I like you. Smile as I hear it, feeling good. Waving high to choose high to.
Here it is, folks. The final game of the Haichu Autumn Anarchy featuring Fortnite. Reese, Hub, and I to break it all down in one final code for the night. One final bucket going to one of you lucky people out there. And no, it is not code Reese Hub is cool, which is facts. I mean,
Lore's
cool.
with me, I'm telling you.
But it is none other than, drum roll please, the final code of the night is Fruity yet again. So make sure to type in Fruity here in the chat for your opportunity to compete for one of these, or not compete, but I mean, I guess it's kind of a competition. Let's be real. It's a giveaway.
If you're trying to win. If you're trying to win, it's a competition, okay?
Facts.
You're trying to win a bucket.
Hey, listen, if this wasn't more candy than I could possibly eat in my life, I probably would be entering right now too. I'm gonna be real with you, because this Haichu candy is so good. So get in here, get involved right now. 5 minutes to type code Fruity in the chat. Here's your chance to walk away with some of this. Now, Reese,
Panda,
we kind of have to talk about some opportunities in what players can walk away with prizing wise if they qualify today onto tomorrow.
Of course, you got to remember, top 50 today will qualify through to tomorrow's finals. So the prize that's coming through there, $10,000 total. Of course, if you look in the top 3, they'll also be invited to the Code Red tournament, which is on the 27th of October, if the top of my head corrects me, and that'll be a $25,000 tournament as well. So big prizes up, and we can't forget, of course, we've talked about it. I mean, you know, it definitely hit the quota, but we've talked about the bucket a lot. Top 3 also will receive the Haichu buckets that me and Panda have here. We've talked about them all this time, not necessarily because we have to, but quite frankly, because we've eaten so many of the sweeties that we want to.
Listen, the amount of sugar that's running through my veins from this Haichu bucket right now is absurd.
I think
it literally is. It's keeping me awake here and active. I'm an old man, chat. I don't know if you know this, but it's 11 o'clock here on the East Coast. I'm old, and it's time for the final game here. And Haichu keeping me active, keeping me energized, and keeping me ready for the final moments of the game. And of course, the team we're going to tune into is none other than one of the hometown favorites here for Reese and I. It is Egg Daddy and the Stud.
Absolutely. We've been watching them since game 1. It's only fitting that we finished game number 6 with the same team, of course. I must add, it's 4 a.m. for me, and I am wide awake after what I've eaten so far. So high recommendations from me towards Haichu, I must say.
Hey, listen, honestly, Haichu might be a pre-casting snack now for me.
Oh yeah,
if I'm gonna be real with you, gets me hyped, gets me ready to go, focus, locked in.
Yeah.
And you know what's funny? I actually, I'm not a doctor, so don't take this advice seriously. But
I think that's always a good start, right?
I watched a short form content video that said, if you're having trouble sleeping, try having some sugar before you go to bed. And I tried it the other night. Best sleep of my life. And it was actually Haichu, believe it or not.
There you go. Okay. Depends how much you have. I mean, I will secondly clarify, definitely not a doctor or a nutritional expert. But just eat Haichu. That's my recommendation, you know?
I like that.
Yeah.
You know, both of our experiences, mine inadvertently being about Haichu, yours directly being about Haichu.
Both personal experiences, though, you know.
True. Listen, chat, what are you doing right now? Go eat some Haichu. But hold on. Don't go too far, though. This is the final game. This is the final opportunity, and we are actually picking right now who's going to be walking away with that final bucket on the night. Now, to be fair, if you didn't win a bucket today, don't worry. Tune back in tomorrow. There might be some more buckets then, and there might be some more buckets given away during the Code Red event later in the week. So follow socials to make sure you understand everything going on here on not only AVGL, but Boom TV. Follow all the socials to stay in touch with everything going on. 1 minute left to type the code FRUITY in chat for your chance to win a bucket of Haichu.
Absolutely. You know, we've talked about it a lot, like I said. And we're in game number 6 now. So it's time to focus up, see what's happening in our final match, see who's going to end up qualifying through to tomorrow's finals. Will there be $10,000 on the line? Ice Hawk and Zoe, we've seen them multiple games. I would be surprised if they were not in a running for being top 50 so far.
I would be too. I think their consistency into the end game, despite not necessarily always having a ton of eliminations, would be more than enough to get them one of those qualification spots. Because remember, while we've focused a lot on the top 10, we haven't nearly been focusing on the overarching side of this. And realistically, it is top 50, right? It's not just top 10. It is top 50 walking away onto tomorrow for the potential to not only win some cash, not only go on to play in the Code Red event, but also win some buckets.
Absolutely, of course. Down south side, Florida Barn, a place. Quite frankly, we've seen a lot of action, and 2 specific end games have ended here. A lot of early game fights have been here, but the max damage coming up from Clay Dog. Dude picking up another one. Speedy, his teammate, also being able to get that suppression fire in the background, but no, unfortunately Clay's gone down. Speedy's also going to have to dip out. He doesn't want the card. He doesn't want the smoke from that opposing team that's come through. So what is he going to have to do here? Will he be able to get that reboot card? Will he have to play the rest of the game as a solo? We'll have to find out. here in game number 6.
Game number 6, the final opportunity for these players to qualify on to tomorrow's finals with, you know what, Reese and myself bringing you all that action tomorrow as well. So again, make sure to tune in then. But for Joe and Mopey, they've been doing a good job here. They've been relatively consistent. And this game, they seem to be picking up the pace as far as eliminations go. This is a great start from them. 3 eliminations on the board here. And I'm not surprised. This is a team that consistently finds themselves into the end games, but now they're looking to put a few more eliminations before they get there.
Absolutely. They've been impressing me with the amount of elims they've managed to get so far. Again, he's looking for the dub, trying to live up to the name. But unfortunately, Joe's not managed to get one yet. We'll have to see if that is going to change in the final game. You know, 6 matches is a lot of opportunities to try and pick up one victory royale. Of course, it doesn't really seem like they're playing for it. They're being a little reckless here, managing to essentially just run in the open straight towards Speedy's team. But luckily, they've out-aimed him as Speedy apparently misses every single bullet. They jump straight onto the roof. Speedy's absolutely no match at all for Joe. But Joe, managed to get picked up at that time. Clay still left in it. Mopey hits the shot that manages to crack. He's still 250 HP. That should be the easy finish. Yep, and that's the 2-piece for him. Mopey and Joe. Another 2 to add to their collection here, and 5 total eliminations what they managed to get to date. That's definitely an impressive feat for this early in the game.
That's unfortunate. That team now back in the lobby as other teams here also finding themselves potentially taking quite a bit of damage. It's Kim Ixia ends up going down, unfortunately, for Dreg. Kim Ixia both going to be back in the lobby. I'm going to be honest with you, Reese. I think I understand why they unfortunately didn't win that fight. You ready?
Hit me with it.
So, if you didn't know, chewing things like gum or high chew can actually help keep you focused while you're playing the game. And I bet you money they didn't have high chew, because if they did, they would have won that fight.
I'm with you. I think we've definitely I think we've satisfied. I would say. Mainly because we've eaten so much high chew.
Hey, listen, I'm never satisfied.
Okay.
Unless I finish my day with high chew.
Oh, that's an advert. That's an advert voice right there. Clip it, ship it, get it ready. Royalties go straight to Life with Panda.
Imagine that's how that worked. But listen, I'm gonna imagine how this game plays out, because Wolf and Hawk. Wait, this is the different Hawk.
This is Battle. He's ready to fight. He's good to go to war.
Battle Hawk and Wolf. So are we considering this an animal's name as well, even though it's spelled differently?
Yes.
So Wolf, Hawk, Panda, not a giraffe, pig. What other animals was it? I'm missing some. I'm missing quite a few.
There's a dog.
Pug, puppy.
Pig, 2 hawks. Just start naming animals. That's probably right.
We're probably right.
I would say, at least. We need an animal soundboard at this point.
Could you imagine?
Where we just, when we see one, you can just push a button and it'll give you like a pig noise.
You know what? I'll get that set up.
Okay.
My,
yeah, get that on your end. And
for finals.
Yeah.
Every time a hawk appears, I'll have a hawk button.
So,
And so, you know what? We don't even need the button, Reese. We can reenact it ourselves.
I feel we have the talent.
I do. I agree. I think with the combination of our voices, we'll be able to reenact any animal on the board. But unfortunately, Ye Tufficus is not going to be able to reenact much in this game, because they are unfortunately out. Now, obviously, Simpkins can get him back in the game, can get his reboot card, can potentially get the reboot. But we've seen how difficult it's been today for all of these teams trying to get reboots on their teammates, and it just hasn't happened, especially when Free 203 and Jimmy Boy are right in your face. And unfortunately, N Simpkins is going to be out here in game number 6, and that's going to be it. That's going to be all she wrote for that duo.
Yeah, I love the aggressive push. Noticing there was a solo left up above. He was trying to escape Joe and Mopey, and they basically ran straight into Jimmy and Free at that moment. So they've managed to pick up a free Elam. That's 4 now to total. And it seems like they're just running rampant. Like they're not even caring where zone's going at this point. Now they've turned around. Okay, looks like they were just running in the direction of any team they could possibly find, potentially going for those Elams. Maybe a little bit of I would potentially use the word collusion here with the pickaxe swing. Let's see where Fade and Toasty's Waffle end up aiming. a sniper shot potentially going straight into their dome if they're lucky. But seems like a free rotate.
Free rotate, but not a deserved rotate. You know what? There was not enough effort there. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. You need to work a little bit harder as far as earning your rotations go. Like Jimmy Boy in Free 203, using the Wolf here to push themselves around quite a bit. Although they do find themselves outside of zone right now, so the storm's gonna start closing in here, closer and closer to where they're at. So they need to be super careful. And actually, looking there in the distance, you see a team either flying, rotating quickly. However they're doing it, they're moving, and they're moving fast.
Yeah, absolutely. Up in the sky, cargo yet again. Basically, every time we check in on their POV, they're sitting up on top of one of these balloons somewhere. It's one of the reasons for their complete success so far, and that definitely limits people like Hasbullah's toy from rotating. If he manages to go up and start flying, they're going to get beamed out of the sky. But as I say that, Shed and Cargo decide to disengage, grab some of that loot, which might leave them open, actually, for Hasbullah to maybe pick up a needle, but nope. They pop up some protection there. Now I think Hasbullah should use this as an opportunity to escape. Yep, exactly, that's it. This is the time to rotate. He's got two players no longer sitting up and holding him. He is now the one ahead of them. Potentially can even maybe beam one out of the sky, but I doubt it with that 10 AR ammo that he's got left to his name.
10 AR and a dream. Not much to work with. Solo player. But if anybody could do it, it's Hasbullah. But unfortunately, this isn't Hasbullah. This is Hasbullah's toy.
Yeah.
So they're going to have to take in that energy from the OG Hasbullah and hopefully clutch up to do something as a solo player.
What is that glider? Did you see that?
Wait, I missed that.
What
was that?
Cargo is... He's been in the item shop, I tell you.
Cargo. I got to see Cargo's glider. Cargo, go ahead and fly one more time for me.
Yeah, we'll catch you. We'll catch you later. But again, this is a bit of a north zone now. Everyone's starting to rotate up. This is causing a bunch of these kind of fights that we're seeing down on the south side of this Mopey Turtle. Joe getting tagged up, having to use some of their utility earlier. This is the difficulty of on this kind of edge zones where you know there's a bunch of hills up to this top left. You see already some of those small little arrows when Joe looked up that direction. That's two different teams set up in basically the best positions possible for the zone, all the way up on high ground. And that's really going to make things difficult for guys like Joe and Mopey if they start to rotate in a little bit late, especially now as we look over to the right and they have two teams set up on the hills next to them as well. So pretty much every hill here claimed. So their rotates are going to have to be incredibly smart.
They are. You need to be super careful too. Like, it's not only about the educated plays that you're making in these moments, you also need to be super careful with the limited resources you have, because every porta bunker or every shockwave that you use is going to be one less that you have later on in this game. So they need to be more mindful of this. But for Zoe and Hawk, they're going to be able to clean this up and ultimately stay in this game.
Absolutely. Give themselves a nice little llama as well. Not as useful in zero builds, obviously, because in a normal build mode, you used to get a large amount of materials from that too. Here, the main benefit of picking up the llama is it's going to give you a ton of ammo and, of course, the chug cannon too. So, in all honesty, chug cannon's amazing, but that ammo adds up way more. You know, you usually gain around 200 to 300, even if you're using an assault rifle just to spray it down.
Yeah, I agree. I think the ammo count is going to be huge, especially with the amount of ammo that people are frying through. And we're seeing it right now. You see Fade just shooting non-stop, connecting there with Vishen. Vishen going to be out of this game as Toastiest Waffles and his teammate Fade are going to be able to clean that up. One elimination now on the board and potentially going to be able to pick up Stud, as Stud is down there and knocked. But we switch over to Unicorn Man. It looks like him and his teammate both in a really vicarious spot. This is not where they want to find themselves. Super weak and unfortunately not too much to work with.
Yeah, last time we checked in on them, they were in a great spot in one of those previous matches, situated high ground, advantage over everyone else. It's a bit of a shame to see them in such a poor spot this time, but now as this zone starts to move in, look at how many of those arrows in the bottom right of your map are not in the zone. So many of them are still in junction right now, and they have to start moving on in. The time is ticking. Only 30 seconds left remain, and there's going to be so many people start clustered on that south side of the next zone, which means that's free pickings for some of those players that are up on the hills that we talked about earlier.
Yeah, I think this is going to result in one of two things. Either players rotate quick and they start fighting and maybe survive using utility, but I think it's more likely that we're going to see a ton of players go down here, and it's already happening. We started with 18, now we're down to 17, now we're down to 16 teams. This is going to continue to push or continue to be an issue here as so many teams are stacked on top of one another, and as soon as one starts fighting, everybody's going to be looking.
Yep, Tadkins managed to get up in the sky. Him and Unicorn Man, a lot more HP than they were at previously when we saw them, but unfortunately nowhere good to land. They landed straight in Puppy's face and maybe hit the shot, pet the dog, we'll see. But no, Tadkins managed to get out there using a shockwave, leaving Unicorn Man to himself, but he's also got some shockwaves. This is just, of course, the utility wasted and drained now that there's so many players clustered in that south zone. And it seems like your boy, Toastiest Waffle, alongside Fade, have basically come out the best of this.
Yeah, this is interesting. This is probably the best we've seen them performance-wise here in a game. So they have everything, or almost everything they could possibly need. They got the porta bunkers, got the shockwaves, right? Now it's just a matter of using this stuff at the right time. If they win this game, this could be the huge push that they want, not only for the leaderboard, but for the confidence level going into tomorrow's finals.
Absolutely. We want to see those teams up at the top doing the best. Last time we checked in with Zoe and Hawk, they were in a much better position. This now they're kind of down on this edge of the map, and luckily there's not as many sight lines here. This is one of the benefits of going around the full dead side, that full north side. But look how careful Zoe's being. He knows this is basically the only way that he can run, and he has to be super careful here, taking any right hand peeks. You don't want to be open and kind of left to anyone to shoot you there. So taking his time, and he's still not even managed to get into that zone yet.
Yeah, not quite managed to make it through, but still making it through, making his rotate nonetheless. But now it's Fade. Has the sniper in hand, opting to use the hammer AR to try to connect some shots, but somebody actually connecting shots behind. Fade actually ends up getting stuck. Toasty Waffle's kind of holding him out there for a bit. Unfortunately, going to take a lot more damage than he probably wanted. But no, speaking of damage, it's Hawk. Hawk going down to a huge snipe there from Immis. And I'm not sure that Immis will be able to get the follow-up, but Zoe's definitely not going to be able to get his teammate back.
Yep, and up on these hills, all these players are going to be very exposed here because there's so many dots of players surrounding with angles and open. Just look at how flat this terrain is. Mims is going to have to make sure he gets out into the sidelines away from everyone's sight, but him and his duo kills are still up, which is great. So they've managed to somehow get out of what was a super sticky situation and into a good position now almost instantaneously just by picking up 2 eliminations.
Ooh. This is huge. This is huge here. Tadkins now getting hit with a sniper. The sniper's playing a massive play here in the final game of the day. This is probably the most action we've seen with the sniper rifle thus far to this point. So for players like Germo, use your bunker wisely. Stay behind cover. You cannot afford to get headshot snipe, especially now that your teammate is down. It is Elgor, one of our bucket winners from the chat today. Unfortunately, going to go down early here in the final moments of Game 6.
Yep, still so many big teams left up in this. Kills and Miz still in the same position we saw them off last time, but this next zone is going to be a treacherous rotation for them as there's so many players in their path. Still 14 left up in this very small zone, many of them just sitting in their bunkers trying to hide out. Mopey basically I think in one of the best positions in the game, but as you can see in that minimap at the bottom right, basically no one is in zone yet since this shrinks into the center. So every single person is going to need to start making some form of rotate here. Who's going to go first? Who's going to be the one that gets tagged up?
Oh, who's going to be... Oh my gosh, who is going to be tagged up is right as Oliver ends up getting the sneaky play on to kills, and now Emmis is going to be left as a solo player to play this final moments out here. 8 teams remain, and it's almost all solos. This is actually that much more exciting, folks, because this is going to be a difficult finish here for these final moments, these solo players that are stuck by themselves, limited resources to use, and trying their hardest to just stay alive.
Yep, some inventory looking okay. I must say the ammo's looking good, the utility's looking good, but he's moving straight into Germo. Probably knows he's on that right-hand peak. He's playing so slow here, but who can connect? The 55 is not good. Germo managed to hit a bunch more shots, but Miz is down, unfortunately, so that's him out in 5th place. Mopey, Turtle, and Joey still up in this as well. One of the best positions. They're just taking tag after tag. That's Toasty down now as well. We got what? Glaze still left in. Hoods, Germo. I think it's a 2v1v1 situation left. Who's going to make the first play here? We'll have to find out.
We're going to have to find out here, and I believe it's a duo. Is that a duo and 2 solos? Am I saying that correctly?
This is indeed.
It is.
We've got Germo as a solo. We've got Hoods as a solo. We've got Joe. And Turtle left as a duo left, but here we go. Jermo's the first one to make the play. He's managed to land up. This could be the play, but no! He shockwave down out into the zone. Hoods gets picked up too, and I think that's just going to be a super easy victory royale straight up for Turtle and Joe. I'm not sure if Jermo can get back into zone. No, he's just chilling. He's waiting his time out. No HP left remaining. Joe gets the dub. The final match of the day alongside Mopey Turtle as well. Living up to the name, living up to the reputation that he has.
Not only is he living up to the reputation for that win, are you going to live up to your word here,
Oh,
Reese?
undoubtedly.
You said you drop him that follow, and sure enough, he did walk away with the final game. Of course, the final win of the day going to Joe there. Honestly, props to you.
Here we go.
You knew what was on the line.
I knew he knew it was
they
on the
came
line.
up clutch.
I knew it was on the line. I put the pressure on him. Told him, get that resub follow if you win. There you go. He's managed to. He's claimed it. Congratulations, winning the game. Meaningless in comparison, of course.
Of course, but we got to break it all down. So much to unfold here, and here was the start of the Joe onslaught here in the final game.
Absolutely. There's a great start. We've seen a ton of aggression from them, especially in that real early game. Not as much action in the mid game from them as we've seen in previous matches, and maybe that's what actually led to their victory royale this game. You know, we've seen them go down in that kind of 10th place slot relatively frequently, but this time played it a bit more patient when it came to the mid game, took those engagements from a distance, picked up the victory royale.
Picked it up indeed. And look, I know what you're thinking. We gotta know what teams are qualifying. Well, we'll get you covered, but we gotta jump to a quick break first, so make sure to stay tuned and we'll be right back.
I choose to look in the mirror and say I like you. Smile as I hear it, feeling good. Waving high to choose to be you.
I choose to be true and I choose with my crew. High stepping through my high school, keeping my cool. I live by my rules, mouthful as I drew. Who needs more? I choose, guess who me? I do.
I choose to look in the mirror and say I like you. Smile as I hear it, feeling good. Waving high to choose, high to.
Here it is, the final moments here to discuss the Haichu Autumn Anarchy featuring Fortnite event. Reese Hub and I have had a blast talking about and breaking down some of the most high intense, high octane collegiate gameplay that honestly has been seen in quite some time. Reese, final thoughts on the day, and then we jump into this leaderboard.
Fun games, fun names. That's all I got to say.
Fun games and fun names. And let's see those names up on the leaderboard. Let's see who walked away with the qualification spot going on to the finals tomorrow. And of course, as we expected, Cut and Busa up there at the top. But will they be able to maintain this consistency? Because everything is on the line tomorrow here, Reese.
Hey, you've got to think that in a lobby that's a little bit higher quality, which will be tomorrow, of course. It's the top 50 teams from today, so the top 10 that's here, and then 40 teams after that as well. All qualified through. For them, winning the qualifiers, like, that's a boost in confidence, undoubtedly. And you'd think, right, they've been able to dominate every single lobby here. I think they'll be able to carry that on tomorrow. Similarly, Fades, Skullsy, we saw a bunch popping off. Same with Cymax and Vex with that really nice shockwave play that we saw in, I think it was game number 4. And a bunch of teams we haven't seen much of. I didn't see much of Bubble Melts today either. We saw, I think, one game from Frosted Mellow, who ended up being in 6th there. And then Zoe we saw a few from as well. So big pop-offs from a lot of our top players. Congratulations to the top 10. But of course, you know, 11th down till 50th also qualified through to tomorrow, the finals, where all the moolah, money, the big bags are.
Absolutely. And make sure to type exclamation point leaderboard in the chat if you're curious who's going to be walking away with the top 50. This is obviously our top 10 here. And it's going to be the top 50 going on to tomorrow's competition. It's more or less the finals here. And potentially a big day for some of these names. Remember, first place, $3,000. Not only that, top 3 walks away with a Haichu bucket. I mean, come on, guys. A Haichu bucket. Folks, this is what you're going to be aiming for tomorrow. So make sure when you do get into this competition, if you're one of those top teams, you're aiming for one of these top 3 spots. Because it's not only about the money, it's not only about the co-red invite, but it's really about that Haichu bucket. And again, thank you to Haichu for sponsoring, making all of this possible. We appreciate you. I mean, look, this candy is now a new addiction, a new household staple here in the Panda family. I know Reese is in it's the same boat.
The best thing I've ever been sent. The best thing I've ever been sent. I'm telling you that. It's dangerous, but it's the best thing I've ever been sent.
It is. I'm gonna be real. It is. But hey, listen, thank you all so much for tuning in. It's been a blast. Make sure to go follow Reese Hub on all socials. He's been an incredible dancing partner for the night, and I can't wait to dance again tomorrow because we'll be right back here with you. The action, all the action tomorrow in the finals. But until then, take care. Have a wonderful night, everybody. Get some rest. We'll see you then.